Hello again, friends. Welcome back to twitch.tv/trooperberry, and welcome back to I Was a Teenage Exocolonist, where it is time for revolution. It's been brewing for a while, but it has become abundantly clear that Governor Himbo cannot be entrusted with our colony and our lives. I don't know how it's going to play out, but somehow this guy's got to go. So as we begin this, our 18th year, it's time to bring the power to the young people. So, we have just now turned 18. And as a reminder, the game only runs until we turn 20, so we are very much on the clock. So if we're going to... doing the events in administration appears to have been what sets off the revolution, I guess, quest line? I guess you call it? But first let me just check this. Let's see. Everything should have reset out here. Yep, all events, excuse me, all events have respawned. We might do that. We did pick up Heroic during the most recent glow, so our red stat increases will be buffed. We are also very close to maxing out organizing, and that'll give us the enlightened buff, so that any blue stat increases will get a buff, and that basically means focusing on reasoning. But first, it's a new season. Oh wait, I forgot. We gifted Rex before we left off yesterday's stream. Just a quick date with our boy Rex here. Ooh. Oh my. Well, I mean, if we're gonna lose 20 stress, that's one way to go about it, eh? Eh? Hmm. Oh yeah. Let me just check our friendships. Yeah, Nem, ways back. Cal, 77. Tangent, just shy of 100. And Rex is coming on strong at 65. So we have a silly amount of these medicinal roots. We could just... Yeah, let's give our girl Tangent some more medicinal roots. And lo and behold, 100 friendship. We are maximum besties with Tangent. Tong is working late in the lab this evening, as usual. What's unusual, though, is the smile that brightens her face when she looks up from her microscope and sees you. Oh, I'm glad you're here. I was just... No, actually, why don't you come over and see for yourself? You take a look through her microscope. Look at the shape of the spores, Tong says. I've only seen this once before, when we were studying the shimmer fungus, but this fungus isn't any of the ones we'd identified as capable of spreading the shimmer. She pushes you aside, and then looks through the microscope again, then makes more notes on her HoloLens. Just when I think we've got an understanding of something, this could change everything. If more species are capable of spreading the spores, then the shimmer response is more widespread than we previously thought, possibly even a planet-wide phenomenon. Tong looks positively energized. Because it's a new species, I get a suggestion for its name. What do you think? Should I name it after you? So we can say, excuse me, I'd be honored. You should name it after yourself, or Can I have something more cool? I don't. Okay, not the last one. Do we want to? Yeah, this is a. It's a species of fungus we haven't seen before. Do we want it named after ourselves, or should we give her the honor? Let's give her the honor. Don't be ridiculous, Tong laughs as she puts your name into her hollow eye. I've already named 6 things after myself. That's what scientists do when they discover things. Well, you're not wrong. With a slight gesture of her hand, Tong's hollow eye turns off. She sighs, then rubs her thumb and index finger over her eyes. It's even later than usual for me, isn't it? Time to pack up and get going before the sanitation team arrives in the morning. She yawns, then blinks rapidly in surprise. It seems that even that I'm tired. You help her pack up her workstation. She turns off the lights with one last fond look at her laboratory. You and Tong take the long way through the colony, walking in companionable silence towards the general direction of the living quarters. You come to enjoy these walks with Tong, moving like twin spirits through a sleeping world. Tong stops you before you head into the living quarters. Actually, let's not go straight back. I want to stay out a little longer. Okay. You and Tong climb up onto the walls, where the wind coming from the forest is stronger, and keep walking. The wilderness is dark and impenetrable past the defensive perimeter. Tong keeps you on the outer edge, subconsciously, or possibly consciously, putting you between her and it. I hate thinking about what's out there, she says quietly. Predators, dangers, diseases, all the monsters that have terrified humanity since the dawn of time, and they're right outside these walls. So we say, for as long as we can keep them out, or it's not so bad out there. Well, I mean, yeah, it's not so bad out there. She lays her fingers behind her back as she walks. All the same, I think I finally come to appreciate it for what it is. Opportunity. How many scientists have truly been afforded this freedom of discovery? A seemingly limitless buffet of knowledge? Tong looks towards the wilderness and smiles, wistfully. Vertumna is full of dangers, yes, but I find myself also feeling a curious sense of wonder. Awe, perhaps. You walk a little farther before Tong, seemingly in the middle of some deep thought, stops and turns to you. Are you happy here? She winces, then bites her lip. No, I don't mean happy, precisely. Happiness is irrelevant to a survival situation. What I mean is, do you imagine a future here? One that you would have chosen for yourself, should you have been given the option? Are you fulfilled? You know what? Yes. Yes, I am. Oh, Tong says, looking away. I envy your clarity of vision. Honestly, I despise the physical realities of living here. The smell, the cramped quarters, the constant threat of attack, of disease, everyone's meaningless interpersonal squabbles, amplified by proximity and stress. I can feel them weighing me down. She laughs humorously. But we don't have a choice, do we? Therefore, the only rational decision is to make the best of what we have. To accept otherwise is to accept misery and death. That's the tangent you know so well. You can trust her to stay logical and focused, no matter what the chaos tomorrow might bring. So we have an achievement, tangent focus. So we get upgraded card, plus, it comes as a 5, plus 6 if this has the highest value. Nice. You walk until the chill of the night settles into your skin, then descend from the walls and walk back into the living quarters. Tong hesitates at the threshold. Anyone else might not have noticed, but you know Tong. Probably better than anyone in the colony does, even her own brother. So, what's wrong? Oh, nothing, Tong says with a hollow laugh. Just thinking, which is nothing new. She looks at you with a faint smile. You, probably more than anyone else in the colony, know what it feels like to conceal your true feelings under a serene facade. I mean no offense, but we're alike in that way. I can't help but feel unsettled by everything we have yet to face. Tong laughs. Unsettled is an imprecise word. Look, you want a hug, or everything's going to be okay? Well, that's probably a bit too optimistic for our logic queen here. You want a hug, Tong? Tong's awkward silence conveys that she has to consider this deeply. Yes, she says, finally. I do, actually. Aw. You enfold Tong in a gentle hug. After a few seconds of stunned inaction, Tong wraps her arms limply around you as well. You spread your hands wide and hold her more tightly, trying to manifest the right kind of comforting energy to resonate through Tong's shields. Either you manage, or she simply relents, but Tong rests her head on top of yours and sighs. This is where I talk about how physical touch encourages the production of oxytocin, she murmurs, which is a bonding hormone that imparts feelings of calm and security. You can feel her smile against your hair. I know you know that, though, so I'll simply say, this is nice. Thank you. Tong straightens her coat. I am aware that I am not the easiest person to befriend, she admits. Among my many admirable qualities, I am also often cold, brusque, and tactless. I owe my thanks for taking the time to see through that. I don't know why you would have bothered, but I'm grateful. She looks towards the living quarters, as if steeling herself. I mean, you don't have to be alone tonight. Oh, an interesting proposition, Tom replies. What precisely do you mean? Our share, we could keep each other company, or our shared trauma could be romantic. Tangent gives you a curious look. You know romanticism isn't exactly my thing, she begins. So we can awkwardly give up or say, we're a good team. Let's make it official. You propose a formal amorous partnership between you, the way one might propose a scientific thesis. It would have been mutually beneficial advantages, you tell her, and Tong stops in her tracks. I don't know what to say, she says slowly. So we are once again smitten. Nice. She gives you a considering look. You're not the first person to suggest a partnership, but I must admit you're the first who piques my interest in return. You know what? Yes, she decides. You're entirely right. I like you, you like me. There's nothing stopping us from pursuing a relationship. We're dating Tangent. Yay! So how should we begin? How should we begin? Tong smiles, a real one, showing her teeth. Oh, if you like me, surely you expect nothing less than a completely rational response to take into account both our feelings and our situation. Yes, I expect nothing less. Tong slips her hand into yours and steps close. Will you kiss me now, or shall I kiss you? You lean in and press your mouths together. Tong's lips are a little dry, and she smiles when you kind of stick together. Almost acceptable, she teases, licking her lips. She brings her hand to your face and guides you together again into a kiss that's much better than the first. Tong's a better kisser than you expected. Confident, unashamed, and methodical. You kiss until she tires of it, pulling away and touching her lips with a slight smile. I am looking forward to continuing this train of thought, she says. Aww. Well, now we're going to be all happy and stuff. Okay. One thing I do want to do, though, is check. Yeah, we're going to check in the swamps, see if any important events have respawned. And I suppose pick up some more loot, too, because, I mean, if we're in the neighborhood, we might as well. Let's see, what's Utopia got to say? Red and Utopia have set up base camp in the swamps. They're studying their holoscreens intently, like generals in a war room. You suppose, in a way, they are. Red gestures you over. Here's our hero, he says. Listen, we've been studying the information we took from the cloning facility. And what did you learn? Well, our suspicions were correct. That was the cloning facility. Before we blew it up, anyway. Red nods to Utopia. Pia here says the facility's construction matches the convergent domain ruins in the resting ridges. Thing is, those ruins have been mostly dead for thousands of years, but that cloning facility, well, it was clearly still running. He pulls up the surveyor's report. Long before the stratospheric left Earth, we scanned the hell out of Artumna. No signs of active sentient life, but there was something here, something the convergent domain left behind to run their facilities. Congruence figured it out. It's some sort of eco-defense system run by artificial intelligence. It's called the Gardeners. You nod, thinking of Sim. Like them little bot gardeners from Geoponics, Utopia chimes in. Only this system is across the whole darn planet. Can't believe it's still running. She shakes her head in wonder. Imagine a dog still hunting thousands of years after its owner passed on. Red snorts. For all we know, this dog is what killed them all. You don't breed those faceless just to pull a few weeds. He turns back to you. Our guess is now we're the weeds. We must have triggered it when we landed, and it's out to get us. We need some way to access its mainframe, or whatever it is, Red concludes, so we can destroy it before it kills us. This defense system may be responsible for the attacks during Glow, and who knows what else. Red looks to you. You've been out there. You've seen things. Have anything to add? Maybe we should try talking to it? Red shakes his head. Look, even if this security system is intelligent, even if it's smarter than congruence, it's never going to think outside of its programming. It's identified us as intruders and won't stop until we're all dead. He pats his rifle. It's like this drone rifle. Once you shoot with a smart bullet, you can't negotiate with it. You can't be friends with it. It has a job to do, and its job is to kill. Fine, just a dumb thought. We all get them. Any more thoughts? Okay, no, we can't tell them about Sim. I don't even really want to tell them how we know how to access the array. Yeah, nothing else to report, sir. Right, well, the first thing we need to do is understand this surveillance system better. That cloning facility was advanced technology, likely organic. It must be networked somehow. He looks at Utopia, who nods. Pia says there are more convergent domain rest ruins in the western ridges. That'd be a good place to start looking for some kind of access point. What's up, Nem? Nem is here to see off you and Face. Well, she's mostly here for Face. Oh, let's not. Yeah, next playthrough, we have got to do something about Nem and that jerkface. Okay, so I guess that's just a repeating event. If we do want to tell them what we know about the Gardeners and Sim, and frankly, I don't. Okay, so there's a Thumper event there. That could potentially be something. There's another Bush Bub. Another egg. We got a Unisaur. More bobber fruit. Lovely. And oh, okay. Well, there was okay. Previously, there was a faceless there. They're not there anymore, so I guess that's good. Maybe. Oh, we got a Manticore now. That wasn't there before. It's got bobber fruit for days, I guess. Oh, interesting. So now the boss event is a Unisaur? Okay, so as unenthusiastic as I am about running around and killing the local creatures, we do since we're here and since we have the heroic buff, we do want to go. We probably want to keep grinding our stats as well. Oh, and there's another Hopeye too. So I think what we'll do, because we know the events that have the animals are gonna increase, or they're gonna be combat related. Let's see what this one is. Wait, you recognize the sound? It's a thumper, like the one you found with Dees. You and Vase follow the sound and find Rhett and Utopia doing the same thing. You're saying this is some kind of alien tech? Rhett asks, and Utopia nods. They must have left it running when they left. Is this why the animals are so aggressive here? Rhett beckons you over. Hey, it's my star hunting team, he says, and Vase beams proudly. We'll have better luck tracking down this thumper if we split up, Rhett says, and hands you a bundle of explosives. Here, take these, and if you find it, you blow it back into space. Vase looks at you like you can't believe your luck. A top priority demolitions mission. Okay, so we got a perception challenge. Track down the thumper. Sure. Yeah, that'll do. That's a good start. 38, right? Yeah. Oh. Okay, yeah, this will be fine. And then... Hang on, can we move that? Or no, wait, do that. And then that. And I guess... that? Yeah, I say we did okay there. Hey, Fishman, welcome in. How you doing? How's your Sunday going? Good mythical morning to you as well. Yeah, we're just getting going here. And, nice lazy Sunday of all the usual adulting things. Getting groceries, cooking, laundry, etc. and so forth. The, absolutely wild kind of life we lead here. But good to see you, Fishman. Welcome back. Hope all's good with you. Okay. You follow a thumping sound to one of those alien pyramids of shining black rock. This one is half submerged in the muck, and its vibrations have liquefied much of the ground here, and make the standing water ripple nervously. The creatures nearby are acting strangely, too. It looks ancient and overgrown, but also technologically advanced beyond your comprehension. It's a strange blend of organic and inorganic parts, and somehow is still working. You could destroy it, as Rhett requested, or you could study it. You already know which one Vase would rather do. As you consider your options, you hear a growling noise from behind you. Rising out of the shivering muck are several Xenos drawn mad by this ceaseless thumping. Okay, so this is the combat challenge we were expecting. Interesting that it's a two-parter. I don't know that I've seen a two-parter in quite some time. Okay, there we go. It's a nice little 30 points to start off with. Not terrible. Yeah, there we go. Okay, upon further reflection, I am loving this all blue card values become wild. It is absolutely fantastic. Uh, Boy, we didn't We didn't even get any gems, did we? Well, we sure didn't. Okay, that's 40, but it feels like we could do better there. Maybe we could go with our blue play here. That gets us 63. That's probably good, right? Okay, apparently not. Okay, you and Vase manage to dispatch the creatures until only a few days' top eyes are left. He kicks a carcass back into the swamp. Stupid animals, he chuckled. Are you going to blow this thing or what? So we can blow it, study it, or, because our engineering is high enough, we can try to redirect it. It's going to be hard, but I feel like it's something we should try. There we go. Now, let's see. Can we go for, okay, 14 off the last round? That's easy. I would like to play this so we can just shave off a little more stress because we're going to get stress from finishing this out one way or another. There we go. Nice. We're gonna clear that super gold by just a little bit. So we shave off stress and we gain engineering, but we're already at max engineering, so it's fine. It's fine. Okay. And so we get more colony defense. Interesting. It's alien technology far beyond your ken, but you puzzle over it, and with the help of your holopalm and some creative risk-taking, you redirect the beam away from the colony. Then break the mechanism to change it back, just in case. Red is a little miffed you didn't blow it up, but Utopia slips you some kudos for preserving it for later study. There we go. That's what we like. Okay, and then there's okay, that leads back to base. That's fine. Okay, yeah, this is the bush bub ambush, which is totally fine. Oh, we get the first collectible use is free. Lovely. Oh, bother, that's right. Okay, we'll do this. I got no, we got yeah, that's gonna downgrade that, which we don't want. Oh, what? Well, I don't know. Do we? Can we? Can we turn those a different? I mean, I guess we could try to turn them a different color, but I don't see how useful that would be. Although we do have the free consumable use if we are so inclined. Let's see, that That's a 21-point swing right there. So you know what? Sure, we'll do that. Okay, 45 over 2 rounds. Shit should be doable. Yeah, it's fine. Okay, there we go. Okay, that gains for every other red card. Oh, hang on. No, let's not. Okay, that gets us 51. Alternatively, that gets us 71. Okay, then. Well, never mind. Okay, and we got the next combat perk, which is... Oh, so draw an extra card at the start of the challenge. The effect stacks. Okay, hey, more card draw. That's never a bad thing. Okay, and then more stats that we're already maxed out on. Oh, yes, thank you, game. Thank you for the reminder. Okay, you know, yeah, let's try to befriend our Unisaur. And it's going to act the same as before, and then Vase pisses it off, as Vase is wont to do. No, we don't necessarily want to do that, do we? It's fine. We just need to expand our horizons here a little. Okay, now I'm okay. The way this is probably going to work is that it's going to become a 4 because probably like the challenge rules win out over the card effect. But let's just see whether that is in fact the case. No, actually, the card rule wins. Huh, how about that? Ah, but that one doesn't. Interesting. Okay. Or do we just, or do we go hard on the blue? It's fine. It's fine. Everything's fine. Okay. More combat and kudos. And our stress is starting to tick up, so we're going to want to pay attention to that. But our combat is 77 right now, so I think if we can get it to 80 at least, I think we'll be in good shape for whatever the game throws at us next. Okay, yeah, that is not a blue challenge, so we don't, no luck there. Oh, there we go. Card with gems are wild. There we go. So I guess that count as yeah, that counts as 3 of a kind and a straight of 3. Nice, nice. Okay, that gives a +2 card to cards with gems. And that'll buff that as well. We toss that in there. Sheesh, okay. Too bad we don't have the one where you get a, I guess like you get a +1 for every unplayed card, but no such luck here, I suppose. Something like that, maybe? Yeah, it's fine. It's fine, it's fine. We're just here to grind stats, baby. Okay, that's 50 stress, so probably don't want to hang around too much longer. We do want to do that final encounter with the Unisaur. But beyond that, maybe we call it a day. Oh no, this. Oh, hang on. This Manticore is new. You and Vase hear a crashing, growling noise nearby. 2 Manticores are fighting. They're so invested in their battle, they don't even notice you approach. One of the Manticores looks much older than the other. Its tail bitten short and its mane mangy with old, tattered flowers. The younger one is in much better condition, but is significantly smaller. So, resuming, we can root for one or the other, kill them both, or just leave. I mean, I hate it, but this is kind of what we're here to do. And there we go. Let's take a good chunk out of that in just one round. That's what we like to see. And again, cards with gems are wild. Lovely. Which means we should be able to do something like... something like that, maybe. Okay. We got a whole bunch of yellow in there. Our stress is not over... Does that get... Okay, that does not get it. Okay, well, shucks. Are we... Okay, there's no straight there, is there? Unless, that's 47. Okay, that's 63. That's worthwhile. And that's 74. Aha! And somehow we keep leaving points on the table. Well, gosh darn it. Okay, you pull out your rifle and aim it at the fighting pair. Hell yeah, Face mutters, doing the same. The Manticore are so distracted you're able to take both of them out quickly. You and Vase give each other a high five. Two more creatures that won't attack the colony. Their meat isn't edible, and their pelts aren't good for much. But you remove their tails and talons. Maybe someone will give you kudos for those. Oh. Friendship with Vase. Exactly what I didn't want. Okay, here we go. There's our hot eye. It's getting late. You and Vase should be heading home soon. Then you spot it. There, on a plateau half a click away, glittering in a beam of blue evening sunlight. A Unisaur. You pull out your holoculars. This one has particularly beautiful coloring, a pale bluish white. The last rays of sunshine shimmer through its rainbow mane as it paws the ground and sniffs the air. You're drawn to its terrible beauty. The question is, when did it last eat? You look around for Dees. There's no sign of him this time. So we will try to get closer. Okay, well, not the most helpful, but I guess we could do, like, hang on, we can do that and that, shave off some stress that way. Sure, why not? Okay, so we need... Okay, no, that stays a 4. Which is not... Well, I mean, we can put one of those on there. Sure. Uh... Hmm. Now, if I put that there, does that buff that? It does. Okay. So that gives us 36. 53. 37. Okay, I prefer 53. Okay, so we can... Vase watches you, expecting something bad to happen. Of course he does. You approach very, very slowly, pausing for a few minutes at a time to get used to your scent. It takes you almost an hour to work your way up to the plateau. But when you do, the Unisaur bows, seeming to accept you. So what do? We can capture it. Helpful. We can kill it. Or film it. It's all too beautiful. No, man, if we can get ourselves a pet Unisaur, why wouldn't we do that? This beautiful wild beast is far from tame, and you wonder if this is the right thing to do. But you know if this was Vase's choice, you just kill it, and surely this is more merciful. You have a moment where you look it in the eye and you see intelligence. Murderous intelligence. But it actually follows you down the slope without any trouble at all. You get the sense it's chosen you, or at least it's curious enough about you to want to learn more about you. You radio Dad to let him know you're bringing home a new Unisaur. A Unisaur, he chuckles. No idea what we're going to do with one of those, but we'll figure it out. It sure looks like it trusts you. Make sure you come by Geoponics to keep that bond up. We can use a hand with the other animals too. Okay, so 55 stress. Yeah, let's go ahead and let's take our gains and go home. Wow, and all of a sudden, our combat is up to 92. You roll out of bed at noon because you're allowed to, because your birthday, but also because you're exhausted. You barely slept at all last night. You've been having these nightmares since the siege, more and more every night, like they're trying to tell you something urgent. You can't make any sense of it. All the imagery is jumbled together. All these possibilities and timelines and things that might happen. Some nights you wake up in a cold sweat, a scream already in your throat. You sit on the edge of your bed, run a hand through your hair, and check your hollow palm. A few people wish you happy birthday, but that's all. You guess you're getting older. Birthdays aren't as important as they used to be. Right, and Mars wants to meet you for lunch in the lounge today. You'll have to practice your smile. So let's go meet Mars for lunch. And as you enter the lounge, surprise! You do your very best to play along and act surprised. Woo, streamers, balloons, great. To begin surprise party. +3 on third stage of challenges. Okay. I was not expecting that card, so I guess that's a surprise. All of your friends are standing around wearing goofy hats and clapping. Nomi is wearing a bunch of balloons larger than they are, and Rex is wearing a cute little waiter's outfit with a bow tie. I do not see a cute little waiter's outfit, and I don't see a bow tie. How dare you, game? You accept their hugs and birthday wishes, trying to hide your exhaustion and demurring with a few pointed, "All this from me? You shouldn't have. No, really." Cal brings over a holoscreen with a video call from Tammy. She looks exhausted but proud, and in her arms is a tiny little wrapped bundle of baby. "Look," she says, "Echinacea just missed your birthday by a day." You coo over the baby girl and wish Tammy a speedy recovery. She looks even more tired than you are, but everyone is healthy and happy. Especially Cal. He takes the holoscreen for a few minutes after you're done so he can obsess over Tammy's new baby. Even though he's probably not, well, not supposed to be related to Echinacea, he's every bit the proud daddy. When he returns to the party, he's so happy he sounds like a total dork. He tells everyone about the new baby, beaming so proudly for Tammy they could probably take the readings from Earth. Despite your exhaustion, you start to smile too. Your friends are so amazing, and they're all here because they care about you. Then you get some unexpected guests. The lounge begins to fill with Helio kids, mostly ones you don't know. The ones you usually keep to themselves and, well, don't much like you original stratospheric kids. Face and Nim are with them, his arm draped over her shoulders. Nim gives you a little wave of acknowledgement for your birthday, which earns a weird look from Face. "Who invited you guys?" Cal says, stepping forward with his hands clenched. "This is a private party." "It's a public lounge," Face replies. "We can sit wherever we want." Cal stomps right into the midst of the Helios. "You guys think that just because you fell out of the sky, you're the wormhole's gift of Autumna. We don't need you. We never needed you. All you do is make things worse, like this party." You've rarely seen Cal so ready for a fight. He doesn't seem to care that the body language of the Helio kids has changed from cocky to dangerous. You're just a bunch of fascists," Cal continues. "You and Lum." Okay, so apparently we're not good enough with friends with Vase or Nem to make them stop. The lounge erupts, chairs screeching across the floor. The Helios jump to their feet yelling at Cal, calling the colony illegal and Cal a fugitive. They jostle him around, but Cal plants his feet and stands his ground. I mean, Cal's got some guns. He's not going to be easy to move. You hear a bottle breaking and see someone advancing on Cal. He's not backing down. Yeah, I mean, this is supposed to be my birthday. Can y'all just knock it off? Oh, well, I guess not. Despite Cal's bravado and brawny physique, he's no fighter. One of the Helio kids socks him in the stomach and he goes down like a felled gnarl tree. Rex throws himself between Cal and his assailants, catching a few kicks on Cal's behalf before the Helios get tired and leave, with a few parting shots at Cal's alleged romantic interactions with the float cows. Face doesn't get involved, but he doesn't stop them either. He's the last to leave the lounge, staring hard at Rex before smirking and going away. Rex helps Cal to his feet. "First time, huh?" he says, dusting off Cal's clothes. "Don't worry, they probably got it out of their system. Good on you for sticking up for yourself." Nem lingers at a distance, clearly angry at Cal, but feeling bad about the fight. Wow, Mars exclaims, clapping her hands. That was enough excitement, I think. Let's move on to the important part, cake and presents. Under Mars's skillful party hosting hand, the mood shifts back to festive. You enjoy your presents and your cake, but the tensions boiling over like that is a bad omen for the rest of the year. Okay, so if it's the day after my birthday, that must mean it's cake time. Yep, and as per usual, we'll of course share with Tammy, because why would we not? Free cake and free friendship? I mean, what's not to like? What do you got to say, Rex? Oh, Rex plows into you, spins you around. Hey, I heard the good news. You in Tangent, huh? Wow, word gets around fast. Okay, so I guess we can... Oh, so we can only date one person at a time. I see. Okay. Um... So, do we... Let's see, does she have any time to spare, pray tell? Tong hums and checks the time on her hollow palm. I suppose, she says archly, then smiles, if you provide me with sufficient motivation. Let you hang out in the lab. Tong cleans her workstation to prepare to leave with you, but just as you take her arm, an alarm goes off. Tong curses and scrambles over to an experiment, then turns off the alarm. I seem to have forgotten that this experiment requires a great deal of babysitting, she says. My apologies, but might we stay in the laboratory? There's nothing to be done about it when you're dating a brainiac like Tong, so you pull up a chair and settle in to keep her company. It's still nice to spend time with her. Okay, so we got... Still lost 20 stress, that's good. Okay, we'll check. I didn't see any new consumables pop up. Oh, right. It did at the end of the expedition, our dad did say to go by geoponics. Something about the animals? Let's see what that could be. Yeah, I think he said attend to the animals. So we're maxed on animals, unfortunately. We do have... We could use some points in empathy, I guess. Okay, let's tend to the animals. Okay, you meet your dad at the animal pens, fresh and ready for your first day at the new job. Your dad laughs at your clean clothes and your scrubbed face. Oh, I'm sorry to tell you, you're a little overdressed for the position. You're gonna get dirtier than all heck today. Go on, put these overalls on and let's get to work. You change and follow your dad to the float cow pens. He rubs their noses as he points out to their names. I know they're cute, but these ladies aren't pets. They're livestock. More than that, they're not really domesticated like our animals back on Earth. They're more like tame. We give all the animals lots of room to roam, and we feed them well. They're not going to get chased down and eaten by bigger animals, and we'll help them if they're sick. It's a pretty good deal, I think, but they're still pretty wild. You gotta be careful with them. He leans his elbows on the fence. We were pretty lucky that Vertumna has herd animals. Makes it a little easier. We'll probably have real domestic animals in a couple hundred years. Well, we got all these animals. What do you want to learn about first? I want to learn about my Unisaur. Your dad whistles. Yeah, that thing. We're not really sure what to do about it, honestly. People don't really domesticate carnivores on purpose, he says, because you have to raise their prey, too. And it takes a lot of food to keep a carnivore happy. And you have to keep a Unisaur happy. They get really dangerous when they're hungry. But look at it! It's got rainbow wings! Sure is pretty, though. He continued. Maybe the horn could be used for something? Honestly, it's more of a pet than a farm animal. Maybe we could train it to guard the colony. We're still figuring it out. Okay, these are the bristle slugs. Yeah, so we pluck the berries off of them. I think we've dealt with them before. Yeah, they'll be scratching up on all sorts of things to knock off those itchy berries. And the float cows we've also dealt with. And sugar bugs. Oh, the trippets. Yeah, those things. No joke, we thought these guys were just plants for the first couple years. We transplanted them from the wild to the greenhouses, but I guess that was just part of their life cycle, because it turns out they're sentient and can move around and stuff. We move them out of the greenhouses into the barns, but we don't really treat them differently. They mostly just sit there. Alright, let's get started. Great, your dad says, clapping on. That's the kind of energy I want to see around here. We need someone to muck the float cow stables. They might float, but the poop shoe doesn't. Have fun. Okay, here we go. You should probably do something about the Unisaur you captured. It's eating its way through everything. It doesn't actually produce any food, and the other ranchers are starting to get annoyed by its attitude, like it knows something they don't. It's creepy. You figure you may as well try to get used to it, used to get used to taking a rider. If people could ride Unisaurs around, that would be pretty useful, especially when the robots and vehicles start breaking down. You bring it outside. It stares at you with its eerily intelligent eyes as you approach with the saddle, and only shimmies a little as you strap it onto its back. You brace yourself and hop on. So we have animals. Okay, we're max on animals, so these are all fine. Let's ride that Unisaur. The Unisaur takes off at a run, ducking and weaving as it tries to throw you off. You get down low in the saddle and wrap your arms around its neck. The Unisaur is an unusually intelligent animal. You can sense it trying to figure out how to throw you, or just make it too uncomfortable for you to hang on. It slams its body against the walls of the pen, trying to snap your legs. When that doesn't work, it tries rearing up on its hind legs, or reaching back to scratch you with its hand-like paws. It tosses its head to try to gouge you with its horn. It's uncomfortable, but you're no stranger to discomfort, and you're not going to let this Unisaur dominate you. You hang on until the Unisaur stops fighting, its great sides heaving under your legs. You pat its scaly neck, and it tosses its head like it's sighing. You get the sense you haven't really broken it, more than you've convinced it that you'll be less of a hassle if it just plays along. Success! You can convince her to let you ride her now. Oh yeah, now that you can get her to stand still long enough to check, you determine that the Unisaur is female. So, what do we name this magnificent beast? Interesting. It's +3 for rainbow flushes of 3. I... Oh! Social, mental, and physical cards together in any order. No wild cards. Oh, okay. If there's no wild cards, that means we can't. That means we can't have any blue cards in there, or we got to take off our vintage focus device. Clever girl, Twilight Sparkle, Face Ripper. You're thinking Rainbow Dash, Fishman? I mean, it would be fitting. Okay, Rainbow Dash it is. So after all that, we actually do get to tend to the animals. Okay. Uh, is our stress over 50? It is not. Okay, well, that's fine. Okay, no, that costs us points. We don't want that. Okay, that's 63. That's 60. Okay, well, that's fine. We'll take the 63. Yeah, we're not fussed about this one. We're already max animals. Although we do get a little empathy. Yeah, but mostly we were in it to Get our pet Unisaur. Yeah, look at that pack right there. So now we have 3 animals following along. Okay, so we need 8 points to max out combat, or 6 points to max out organizing. Let's see. We could, we could. I think, yeah, assisting the governor gets us more org. That could do that. Is there anything here we can do combat-wise? Lookout duty is perception. Defense is +2 combat. Or alternatively, we can do sports ball, which would get us the next level in bravery. And it would get us more toughness too. Because this is the last month of our heroic buff. I don't know. I am curious what. Yeah, I would like to see what the next breakpoint in bravery does. And I don't. This is the only thing I know that actually does that. So I guess we'll play some sports ball. The sports ball pitch hasn't been the same since Calm died. Red's the coach now, but he doesn't care as much as Calm did. He's more concerned with getting sports ball players to sign up for the defense force. You show up for practice and spot Face and Rex on the pitch, standing with a healthy distance between the two of them. Face is surrounded by a group of friends, and Rex is bopping a sports ball on his head and chest. Surprisingly, Nem is here as well. Red must have asked her and Vase to help out with the team, because they're usually training. Red picks her as captain for one team and uses the other. Who do you pick? I mean, obviously we're going to pick Rex. Popular doesn't matter in sports ball, you think. Rex pops the ball under his arm and saunters over, ignoring the venomous look Vase gives him. Nem chooses Vase right away. Well, of course she does. Let us sports ball. There we go. That's a good start. Knock half of it out in one go. There we are. Yeah, let's go wild, so to speak. Nice. Wait, why did we not get any bravery? That was just toughness. Okay. Okay. Let's see. You and Rex whip the buffs of Vase and Nem and everyone else on their team. You cheated, Vase complains. Come on, it was the dog boy against me and Nemi. How's that even a contest? He storms off the pitch, venting about how the game was rigged for weaker players because sports ball isn't a real game. But your friendship with Rex and Nem. Nem comes over. I think you did well, she says. Good work out there. Rex goes to give her a high five, but she looks toward where Vase disappeared and shakes her head. Okay, there's our bravery. Awesome. Ooh. New perk. Reduce exploration stress. Every event exploring causes plus 10 stress instead of plus 15. Hey. And with our buffs, that means we only get 5 stress. That would have been nice to have a while ago. But you know what? Better late than never. Okay, now where? Well, where did Rex? There's Rex. And we know what we have to do here, of course. Hugs incoming! And also, logs incoming. +1 to Rex's construction project. This is. Oh, hang on. A dialogue. Is it? Is that it? Did we? Is the thing done? You're walking through the courtyard looking for Rex when something moves quickly at the corner of your vision, so we can duck or not duck. I mean, let's duck. You skillfully dodge the frisbee that had been heading straight for your head. Ooh, the disc clatters harmlessly to the ground a few meters from you. Rex jogs over, picks up the frisbee. Hey, sorry about that. I'm playing catch with Nougat, and, well, he elbows you in the side, grinning. She's got a hell of an arm on her. Guess she used to be big into sports ball. Good thing I'm so high energy, right? I've been helping Tammy take care of the kids, Rex continues, spinning the frisbee on his fingertip. She told me you all used to raise children together before the crash was destroyed. I would like to see that. You're so lucky, he whines. Growing up in a crash with other kids sounds like so much fun. Just playing together all the time? That's like my dream. Hey! You hear Nougat yelling. Throw the frisbee! She pouts as she runs up to Rex. Stop talking to your boyfriend. Boyfriend? Rex exclaims in mock affront. What I do with him is none of your business, Squirt. Rex grabs Nougat around her middle and zooms her around like a spaceship. Nougat screams in delight, kicking and flailing until Rex sets her back down on her feet. It's your turn to run. Go on, get. Nougat takes off, yelling at the top of her little lungs. Kids, am I right? Rex says, standing with arms akimbo. They're great, though. I'm glad there's so many of them here. There's always someone to play with. And not just kids, but babies. Real planet-grown babies, he continues. Tammy's kiddo is so cute. I'm Tammy's #1 babysitter and Echinacea's #1 uncle. How about you? Do you want kids someday? Okay. I'm not sure yet. I want a whole passel of kids, one or two. I hate kids, or I'll make a better uncle. Okay, if we're gonna go with tangent, she says she's not into the whole kid thing. Maybe I'll make a better uncle. Rex gives you a thumbs up. Hell yeah, kids need lots of love. How about you? Oh yeah, obviously yes, Rex answers immediately. I want like 1 billion kids. Every kid in the colony can be my kid, absolutely. I don't have to be their dad. Who cares about genetics or whatever? He looks over to Nougat, who's waving her arms agitatedly, waiting for Rex to throw the frisbee. Rex does, and boy does it go far. Nougat takes off running again as it soars over her head. I just want there to be kids everywhere. Rex finishes his thought. Lots of kids around means that the community is healthy, and everyone is at peace and people are optimistic about the future. Plus, kids are just so great. I love making silly faces at babies and crawling around on all fours with toddlers and wrestling with bigger kids and helping them with school and stuff. It's fun. Rex scratches the back of his head. On the Helio, we were kind of expected to stop playing so much when we started the education program. Any playing we did was supposed to be like sports and endurance, real future soldier kind of shit. Sometimes I wish I could get a do-over on it, Rex says. Like, if I could go back before everyone cared about their big guns and their big dicks. He makes a wanking motion. Kids don't care about that kind of stuff. They're just innocent. Pure at heart, you know? They don't have all these. He gestures roundly to his own head. Thoughts, I guess? It's at this moment that the frisbee reasserts itself as an equal participant in the conversation. Rex's attention goes to it immediately, his ears perking up as he leaps up and catches it before it can menace you again. Ha ha! He laughs, his thoughtful mood broken. That was close. I'm gonna go back to play with Nougat before she hurts someone. Nice talking to you. Okay. Um. Oh yeah. Hang on. Um. Oh no, we did give him a we did give him a log. I just completely forgot. After all that dialogue, it just completely slipped my mind. Okay, we are bereft of buffs. Now I wonder, is the minus 20 stress thing a seasonal event? Let's find out. Okay, maybe not. So if you want to do something extra with her, we need reasoning of 80 or greater. Well, like I said last time, we can need 8 points of combat to max that, or 6 points of organizing. How about head in here? What is the colony defense, by the way? It is 150%. Okay, well. Yeah, so why don't we do this? We'll get the we'll probably it might take 2 rounds, but we can get organizing and a little bit more persuasion too. We're I don't know if we're gonna max that out, but it would be it'd be useful nonetheless. If it especially if we're gonna go the whole revolution route, and make no mistake, we are. Okay, yeah, there doesn't seem to be any new events, so we're just here to do whatevsies. All right. Uh, we have a whole mess of wild cards here, so that's not such a bad thing. Or do we necessarily want that? Because that's going to bring, well, it's going to bring those down, but we can still use them. Now, is that the best we can do? We got a 10-point flush there. Now, so that's 65. If I swap that in, that's 63. So presumably this would be 64. Okay. Okay, yeah, that's fine. Okay, we're okay. Yeah, so we're gonna be one more round of assisting the governor off from maxing out organizing, which is good. And 6 persuasion, so that's up to 72. Oh, oh! Rex has called a meeting for all interest. Oh, meeting for all interested partiers. His words. To join him in the unveiling of his bar, he's amassed a huge crowd. By this point, everyone's heard about his mission. Nomi's here, of course, bopping around like they're about to explode with pride. Ladies, gentlemen, and those who defy classification, Rex begins, winking at Nomi, the time has come for this colony to have what it really needs, a place to partay. With that, Rex flips on the house lights. The crowd gasps and blinks around in awe. There's so much to see. It was an ambitious build. There's a stage and a dance floor for live music. There's a bunch of low tables and some cute little booths with red cushions. And, of course, there's a bar fully stocked with various liquors. Rex must have been able to coax out of someone's hobby still. So, Rex drinks in everyone's reactions, being with pride. Well, don't just stand there, he says. Let's get at her. So we can get up on stage and sing, pour our friends a drink, or quietly admire Rex's handiwork. Let's pour some drinks. Rex liked that. Nice. The bar is stocked with some kind of mushroom wine. You pour celebratory shots for Rex, Nomi Nomi, and yourself. You feel all kinds of grown up when you clink glasses with them. Ugh! It's so sour. Why do the adults drink this stuff? You and Nomi make faces and sip your shots as Rex laughs. During the day, this place will be a quiet cafe where people can gather with friends or sit and study. At night, Mars is going to lead karaoke nights, and Nomi will make sure the dance floor is always jumping. And I'll just be happy that everyone else has a good time here, Rex tells you. It's finally great to finally have a place purpose-built for having fun. Thanks for all your help. Okay, the project is done. Also, mid-pollen means it's Nomi's birthday. And they like the shiny shiny. Is it? Oh no, maybe I was off on that. Well, they appreciated it all the same. So that's what's important. Um Okay, so actually, let's go check in. Let's see the new bar. See what that does. Um. Okay. Rex's new bar and the dance floor are very popular. During the day, the bar serves up hot leptine, other fortifying concoctions. And at night, Rex slings malt cider, squeeger mead, berry gin, and mushroom wine. It's a real testament to humanity's fascination with getting absolutely twisted. So we can visit the spa. Okay, so we can't. Maybe there's nothing to do yet? Or maybe we have to come back next month. Maybe that's it. Okay, so if we have to come back next month before we can access the bar, well, let's do one last round of organizing and max that out. And we can kick up our persuasion too. Okay, let's see. All right, no, let's do that, and that. Well, see now would that work? No, because it wouldn't. Yeah, because that's it. Or would it? Let's see. That gets us 72. That gets us 77. Okay, we'll do that. Ooh, achievement unlocked. High score. Not entirely sure what that is. So you got 77 out of 77 points. Nice. And we have maxed out organizing, which means, you can choose not to take new cards. Okay, that probably would have been more useful before our deck was 77 cards large, but okay. Then we got 6 more persuasion, and organizing, and kudos, and stress. We can choose not to take new cards. Useful. Maybe, is it? Yeah, late pollen is Tammy's birthday. Okay, and Tammy likes the yellow fleurs because yellow is very much her color. There we go. Yeah, she digs that. Where does that put us with Tammy? 76. Nice. And you know what? Hey, Cal, have your... Let's see. Cal very much likes cake, but he also likes bobber fruit. We have more bobber fruit than cake, so we'll give him one of those. Yeah, there we go. See, does Tangent have anything new to say? She does not. Oh wait, Mars has something to say. What's up, Mars? Okay. Mars and Nomi are bent over. one of Nomi's sketchbooks. Mars is talking animatedly, with expansive hand gestures. Nomi is nodding along and taking notes. "No, no, no," Mars exclaims. "The neckline needs bolder lines, and down here, lots and lots of extra fabric. And make this part gold. I want it to scream. I don't have to work like everyone else. I'm only here to look beautiful and have people adore me." "But we do have to work," Nomi pouts. "Nanoprinting is restricted for these kind of materials. It costs kudos." Mars rolls her eyes. "That's the point." Nomi huffs. "Not everyone's got as many kudos as you, Marzipan. Especially as Helios. We didn't have any at all when we landed. If you want to wear something other than uniforms, I usually trade or model clothes instead of printing new ones." Mars looks appalled. "You trade clothes? You don't even sell them to each other for kudos?" Nomi shrugs and tucks their hair behind their ear. "It's just some kids can't afford to print this kind of clothing, right? So you're just losing out on them as potential customers. So maybe instead you could design clothes that are pretty but made from common materials, so everyone can have them." Nomi smiles brightly. "Then maybe when you're in charge, you can get rid of kudos entirely. It doesn't seem right that we trade kudos for extra stuff when we're all supposed to only have what we need anyway." Nomi packs up their sketchbook and leaves, and Mars turns to you with a thoughtful look. "Oh, Nomi doesn't know that I was the one who started selling things for kudos in the first place. My dad keeps saying I shouldn't do that because hoarding kudos and treating them like currency will cause," she makes quotation marks in the air with her fingers, "wealth inequality. Do you think they might be right?" "Yeah, Nomi's right. The Helios are broke." "Oh," Mars says, tapping her chin. "I mean, I knew the Helios were tragic, but I just thought they had terrible taste. You know, the uniforms, the haircuts. I didn't know it was because they were poor." "I really don't think that kudos make everything unequal," Mars continues. "Like, you can always work harder to do something nice, right? That's what I do." Mm. Mars looks genuinely troubled. "It's great that we have everything we need. Well, as long as there's not a weird disease or famine or whatever, but we're still poor, you know? We're poor in culture. Like, yes, every colonist has a steaming pile of mashed tripe every morning, noon and night, but what if they want to watch a haul of it I haven't seen a million cajillion times?" Mars puts her hand on her head. "When we only focus on survival, who's making the holovids, and the symphonies, and the gourmet food?" She throws her arms in the air and shouts, "We have everything we need, but we're poor. Poor people don't care about art." Okay, okay, Mars, I'm going to need you to back it down, all right? Mars snaps her fingers. "No, no, 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 I've got it. I'm a genius. If the adults won't incentivize the creative class, we'll need to do it ourselves. Why don't you get the adults on board with adopting kudos and using it to pay for luxury goods? Instead of slaving away in the depot or the kitchen, people like Noe could be artisans." She grabs you by the shoulders. "If we have an actual creative class, maybe we can get some culture on this stupid rock." "I can't believe I never thought of it before," she says, clearly possessed with a beautiful vision. "I'm the richest teenager in the colony, but what good is it if there's nothing to buy? Here I'm sitting on more kudos than I could ever use, and I could have been using it to kickstart the creative economy. I could be a patron of the arts." Mars releases you and pulls up the finances screen of her holopalm. You catch a glimpse of her balance, which is more kudos than you made in a year at least. "Yes, good," Mars says, thinking out loud. "More than enough to start." She looks at you. "Well," she says imperiously, "you'll join me, right? Let's give away some kudos." Okay, so we can say 10. Here's 100. Don't like that necessarily. This is a terrible idea. It's not a terrible idea, but no one here gets paid. Okay. I might regret this. Let's see what happens if we actually give her 100 kudos. Speaking of French, Mars says go wide as she sees 100 kudos land on her account. "Oh, daddy," she says, visiting you with a wicked smile. "I didn't know you were so generous." Oh, there's more where that came from. Mars throws her head back and laughs. "Glad that you played along. Oh, aren't you fun?" I don't know that I'm 100 kudos worth of fun, but sure. Okay, anyway. Oh yeah, let's go, let's check, can we access the bar now? We cannot. Hang on, is it in here? It is not in here. Well, Where the heck is this thing, then? Is it in here? It is not. I am... I am confused. Rex! I want to work at your bar. Aw. Am I missing something? Do I have to relax in the lounge to... I don't... Mm, something's up. But I'm not sure what. Okay, so if that's not an option, what can we do? Well, we could keep pushing persuasion. We have the enlightened buff. We could push reasoning, or we could get the last few. Actually, no, it wouldn't make sense to do that. We would probably want to focus on reasoning for now, and then when it wears off, then we can go do combat, max that out, and then we get the enlightened buff back again. Uh, Wait, what is this? Make the payload for Rhett? What is this? Oh, this is about the array. Okay. Though you can literally talk to congruence anywhere, you meet her in the robotics workshop. Security Chief Rhett has briefed her on what he needs. Greetings, Solcampbell. I have some ideas on how to disarm the alien array, or, as Security Chief Rhett put it, how to tear this AI freak show a new asshole. She giggles. So evocative. Professor Houck walks in from the garage, wiping oil off his hands. Oh, he's here. You ready here to learn how to build a bomb? Exciting. I haven't done this since my rebel days. He turns to congruence. Isn't that right, m'lady? You be the brains, I'll be your hands. Now, you stay and pay attention now. You'll need to learn how to install this thing. I have questions. Yeah, what is the array? Well, it's a computer system, like me, Congruence replies. We think so, anyway. It runs the Convergent Domain's ancient eco-defense system. The long answer is that we don't actually know what the hardware looks like. Given what we know about how you've accessed the array before, the main terminal is probably underground, and it's likely organic. Isn't that neat? When we left Earth, humans had only just begun experimenting with organic computing. I've expanded on their initial research, and after extensive study of Rotundan biology, I have a few ideas on how to proceed. So she displays a diagram of a mushroom. You watch as it releases spores, and the diagram expands to display a whole mycelial network of interconnected bodies. The array records information from all over the planet and relays that information to its AI agents, intelligent sub-processes that are independently mobile but share collective reasoning. The relationship is much like mine to our watering butts, on a much larger scale. Okay. This is... Okay, what is this payload? Well, it's like a computer virus, essentially. It's a piece of software that will duplicate itself and spread its key system in the array, then neutralize them. I'm not quite certain what neutralize means in this context. It's a bit of a mystery given how little we know about how the array actually works. To keep it simple, okay, I have more questions. Are AIs people? It's complicated. I'll answer. I like to think that congruence here is more than the sum of her parts, but the alien system, we don't know what it is at all. He grimaces, trying to cover it up with a smile. Who are we to say what isn't a person? That's a question that's been plaguing humanity for millennia. We're never going to solve in a robotics lab. Okay. I'm going to come back later. I don't necessarily like this. Okay, so assisting mimic gets biology, which we're already maxed on. Repairing robots gets a creativity and engineering, which we're maxed on. Or we can tutor children, get reasoning and empathy. Reasoning is what we want. You're helping Tammy brush up on her math and chemistry. Auntie Sita says that I need to measure when I'm baking, she says, staring timidly at her hands. But when I'm baking, I just go by how the dough feels or looks or smells, and it always works out. When I try to measure or think too hard, I get it wrong. She tugs on her ear. She told me that if I wanted to do it by feel, then I need to get better at chemistry too. She showed me this long textbook about food chemistry and how proteins combine to form gluten and how acid makes things fluffy and soft. She blinks. I didn't know any of that. Aren't acids bad? Why would I put them in food? Oh, come on, it's Tammy. Go easy on her. She'll never learn if she isn't enjoying it. You gently encourage Tammy as you read through the food chemistry textbooks together and work on some practice tests, even when she gets every question wrong. Though she'll probably never be a chemistry whiz like Tong, she blossoms with every compliment, slowly gaining confidence in her abilities. Oh, this isn't as scary as I thought it would be, she says as she closes her hollow palm. Thanks. And Tammy gets more confidence. When the lesson is over, Tammy insists she bake you a cake to show what she's learned. She didn't really understand the lessons, but she has the confidence to taste it as she goes and adjust the recipe based on gut feeling, now informed by some solid book learning. Did she really learn anything about math or chemistry? Maybe not. But she's a better baker now, and that was her goal. And hey, we get a free cake for our troubles. Nice. Okay. I mean, we could just go all blue on this if we really wanted to. And if we really want to goose it, we can take a bobber fruit, drop it on there. There we go. And that makes it the highest value, which gives it a +6. Okay, so 7 reasoning, and we're suddenly up to 60. Not bad, not bad. And 1 empathy. Yeah, our social skills are definitely lacking. Okay, so a new season, but still, we no. Well, we don't have to give logs to Rex anymore because we that project is done. Free flower, thank you. I, gosh, dang it. There has to be something we could do to get into that bar. I don't know what it is, but it has to exist. Okay, let's see. Got another month of enlightened to go. We could go back and do more tutoring, which I think is the play. Oh right, and then Dust is yeah, the first of Dust is Nem's birthday. So and we actually have Xeno eggs to give her. Yeah, let's go ahead and jump back into some more tutoring. I don't I do not want to make that payload. I don't trust it. Oh yeah, if we double up, we might be able to get the second tier of reasoning. So that'd be helpful as well. Not sure what it is, but we might be about to find out. You tutored Nuka this month. Like usual, she doesn't want to learn. She just wants to play sports ball. You manage to compromise. You'll study on the bleachers, and every 5 minutes she gets to run around and take a shot on the net. You manage to get through a chunk of tutoring by doing that. You're a shoo-in for best tutor. All right. Ooh, and we can get the +1 skill on a challenge win. Love that. Is that now is that the best we can do? I mean they're all blue and they're all wild. That's a 64. That's a 61. And that slot becomes a 4 regardless. Yeah, let's just take that. And we get 8 reasoning out of the deal. Okay. Win the challenge, super goal, Vreaky, Hal, and enlightened. That's a that's a good return. So what does that do for us? Autoplay fairy sometimes plays the best hand for you. Wow. Wow. I don't know how often sometimes is. But still, anything that spares me having to do mental math, I'm all for it. Okay. This year, Governor Lum's ascension to the Vertimalia stage is heralded by an entire military band, their instruments shiny and nano-printed new. They march out of command in formation, splitting and forming a phalanx at the foot of the stage as Lum takes his place before you. Spotlights turn on with the heavy ka-chunk noises, illuminating Lum in a halo of floating dust particles. He spreads his arms wide. "Hello, Vertumna!" His voice booms over the speakers. "Are we winning or what?" The reaction is mixed. You look around. It's easy to see the ones cheering the loudest are the Helios and people who have fully adopted their mentality, like Nem. The Stratos are more reserved, some even silent. Security Chief Rhett is one of them, his usual stony expression hiding his true feelings. Regardless, there's enough cheering that Lum has to wait for it to die down before he continues. "We're killing it out there, people!" he exclaims. "Every day, we claw a little more territory from the savage aliens of this planet." A Wateto pod arcs through the air and lands with a broken splort at Lum's feet, splattering him with juice. You don't see who threw it, but the faction from Geoponics is looking restless. They begin to jeer and stomp their feet. Lum continues, raising his fist. "Those Xenos attacked us first, and now they're learning to mess with mankind." The crowd is now evenly split between cheering and booing. The Stratos are agitated, and you hear calls for things to return how they were, and how Lum and his soldiers are killing the planet. Even the council, lined up before the stage and facing the crowd, looks conflicted. We left Earth to get away from this shit," your dad shouts, and you turn to him in surprise. He rarely swears. "Now look at us. We're right back where we started, fighting each other and the planet. We brought it with us." Utopia hops up on stage and routes her own speak through the speaker. "He's lying," she yells bitterly. "This year we lost 2 surveyors in the swamps, Sorrel and Quinny. They'd be alive today if Lump hadn't sent them out to clear a manticore den for no good reason." She jams her finger against the governor's chest. "The only threat to our colony here is you." Lum's smile doesn't change, but his eyes go cold. He snatches Utopia's hand calmly, slowly, crushes her holopalm crystal with his thumb. You can hear the crunch of the bones of her hand before her feed cuts out. Utopia yelps as her knees buckle with the pain, her bravado gone. She holds her broken hand to her chest and is too shocked to resist when Lum shoves her off stage. The crowd is stunned into silence as well. Lum clears his throat and approaches the end of the stage, looming tall over the council. "Thank you for your input," he says icily. "Your concerns have been noted." This isn't the buffoon Lum presents on daily holovlogs, or the nuisance he is when he visits a worksite. You can sense something in his eyes you've only caught glimmers of before. Hatred. "You Stratos are lucky we didn't crush you under our boots or take your colony by force," he sneers. "Before we got here, this colony was doomed. You're only alive because I was merciful. Just a bunch of burnt-out hippie fugitives. What was your plan for surviving out there? Wishful thinking, singing songs, and talking to animals?" Laughter ripples to the Helios. "You," he gestures to the council, then jerks his thumb at his chest, "need us, not the other way around. I'm done pretending I need to listen to your opinions. If you want to live, you'll do what I say." He stares at Dr. Instance, who glares up at him with his hate in her eyes as she tends to Utopia's hand. Maybe it's time to clean house, he threatens. We need team players here, ones who share the vision for the future of Vertumna. After a few tense moments, Seek clears their throat. Sir, shall I continue with the traditional formalities now? Lum scowls down at Seek, then throws his hands in the air. Whatever, do it, if you make you feel better. You're all cowards. He turns and stalks off the stage, his marching band scrambling to follow him with his exit song. As promised, there are no contests this year, but there's plenty of food and alcohol. As the sun begins to set, the Helios, including Face and Nim, head straight for it and look ready to party into the night. The other teams seem a little less at ease. Deese, quite predictably, has already left. Well, we're not going to hang with the Helios. And Deese is going to Deese. Let us hang out with the Stratos. I know you think he's evil, Tammy says, holding Echinacea to her shoulder while she speaks urgently to Cal, but don't you think even a little bit that he's right about Vertumna being too dangerous? Cal crosses his arm and shakes his head. Killing is never right, Tammy. We can't fight a whole planet. If we beat violence with violence, it's just numbers. They're going to win. We have to find a better way, or we're all going to die anyway. Tammy's chin wobbles, but she clenches it defiantly. I just want to have a family, Cal. Why can't we have one place on this awful planet where we can be safe? She adjusts Echinacea against her chest. I think it's worth defending this one space for ourselves. The monsters can live somewhere else, just not here. So you can see, Cal's right. All killing is wrong. It's a little late for that. Tammy's right. We fight to survive, or Lum's right. This is our planet. Okay, we're definitely not the last one. We will never say Lum is right. Let's see. Whose friendship can we afford to lose? Cal's at 80. Tammy's at 78. There you go. Yeah. Let's see. Yeah. Well, we'll say all killing is wrong. We don't believe it. We're going to say it. Cal nods, grateful for the backup, and Tammy just sighs. I guess, she says hesitantly, I just want Echinacea to grow up somewhere safe, like we did. A peal of laughter rises from where Rex and Nomi are playing what looks like a competitive slapping game. Rex rubs his reddened cheek ruefully as Nomi rolls around on their back, kicking their legs in the air and giggling. Got you! I got you good! Too slow, too slow! They stop and beckon you over. Come here, they say. Promise, we're not even talking about the war, even a little bit. You take your seat beside Rex and Nomi, and Rex claps you on the back. Well, we are a little bit, he confides. Mostly we're making fun of those guys. He jerks his thumb toward Face and his group of friends, who've wrangled themselves a live trippet and are skewering it to roast over a bonfire. You can hear dying squeals from here, and, as the night falls, smell the sweet charred scent of the cooking. They've always kind of been like this, Nomi shakes their head. Just like total human supremacists. See something you don't understand? Nomi makes laser guns with their fingers. Pew pew, all gone. Want something someone else has? Pew pew, all yours. They lean back on their hands and look up at the night sky. In dust, the wormhole looks so peaceful and far away. I used to think me and Rex were like changelings, like aliens beamed in and replaced two human babies with weirdos. The dancing and feasting continues well into the night while you pass the time with your friends in the peaceful faction. Knowing that the whole colony isn't into being soldiers and fighting Lum's war on nature makes you feel less alone. But you can't stop thinking about the governor's eyes as he crushed Utopia's hand today. So long as he's in charge, does it matter what anyone else wants? The week after Vertumnalia is one of the hottest since you landed. You're supposed to take time off for a much-needed break, but it's just so humid and awful, and tempers are short. Shortly after the festival, you see graffiti cropping up everywhere. It seems that a lively, if not particularly civil, conversation between the two factions is being held on the flat surfaces of the colony. Lum announces a zero-tolerance policy for political graffiti, but you notice that not every tag is being removed. Just the ones against the war, of course. The atmosphere of the colony is oppressive, as thick as the choking dust heat itself. Everywhere you try to relax, people just want to talk about the war. To make matters worse, the sweltering nights are making your nightmares intense again. You return to work, feeling more stressed than ever. Okay, and there's our autoplay fairy perk. Okay, Okay, we'll check for consumables real quick. Yeah, our enlightened buff has gone away, so we could pursue the last bit of combat. Check for consumables. Check for consumables. No. Okay. And after all that, I have to wonder what assisting the governor is going to be. Mars, you got anything to say? We could get into a debate, but I don't know that we want to. Okay. Well, so we're maxed on organizing. We could still do with more persuasion, I guess. Construction is engineering and toughness. Eh. Yeah, we're maxed on org. And what's that one? Organizing and perception. Eh. Hang on, I have to check again. Okay, no. Okay. I'm gonna try. We're gonna try assist the governor one more time. It feels like if we are gonna rebel, this would be the time for it to kick off because that guy just manhandled Utopia, and no one handles our little Molly Islands like that. You stay over dinner to finish this stupid TPS report for Seek. 3 revisions this time, just to satisfy Seek's exacting specifications. Your stomach growls menacingly. You've just uploaded the report to the communication desk and schedule it to transmit the next time the colony faces the wormhole. Then you're free. You approach the doorway to the bridge and see the light out of the console spill into the hallway. Wait, someone's inside? Carefully, you peer inside the bridge. It's Lum, and he's sitting at the comms desk, listening to a message. Your heart is pounding so loudly that you barely overhear the end of the message, but you calm down enough to hear the sign-off. It's not from somewhere in the colony. It's not even from somewhere on Vertumna. It's a message from Earth. Congruence, delete this message, Lum says, standing up at the comms. You jump at the sound of his voice, and remove all records of having received it. He turns toward the door and you try to hide, but you're too shocked to move. His eyes widen as he sees you in the doorway, realizing you overheard at least some of his message. You wish you heard more. Is he still working with Earth to arrest the fugitives of the Stratospheric? Is Earth pressuring Lum into putting them in jail? Does the colony even have a jail? How would that work? He stalks across command and stands at the door, his broad form barring you from entry. What do you want, kid? Yeah, you better tell me everything, pal. I don't know how persuasive we're going to be, but we'll see. Oh, here we go. So, autoplay for once per battle, find a slightly better hand. Okay, so autoplay fairy, which is that, will sometimes play the best cards for us, or I guess we can use it once per battle to get a better hand. Interesting. Can we drop that there? Okay, that's not a bad start. Hmm. Okay, that's -1, but it's wild, so that's, I think that might be the important part. And we'll just get those out of the way beforehand, so they don't mess up anything else here. Okay. So we need 13 to win. That shouldn't be too hard, right? That? Yeah, there we go. Let's see, that's 54. It's okay, no, that's fine. That's fine. Or would okay, that's 58. That is also 58. Okay, that's but we're not debuffing that by putting something with an equal value. Okay, that'll do. That'll do. Okay, we're up to persuasion 80. This seems to be a decent seems to be a regular skill checkpoint. Lum's eyes dart behind you, like he's thinking about making a run for it, but he quickly realizes that the quickest way out of the situation is through. Get in here, he growls, grabbing you by the shoulder and pulling you onto the bridge. He gives you a stony look. I'm not telling you this because you deserve to know, he says. I'm only doing it because it doesn't matter. You can't stop it. Shortly after taking office, I managed to open a secure line of communications with Earth, he admits. Privately, through the heliopause channels, I told them that Vartomna is ready to be colonized and they should send ships right away. He rests his hand on the comms console. I just received word that they've left Earth. They're sending hundreds of ships. 100,000 people, 50,000 soldiers, and enough artillery to blow a hole in the side of the planet the size of a small moon. They say that if the planet is still dangerous when they get here, they'll glass the place and start fresh. After pausing for effect, he adds, including whatever's left of the colony. He leans down to look you in the eye, patronizingly. So that's why I'm keeping it secret, he says. If this colony knew what was coming, we'd spend the next 20 years arguing about it instead of getting this place under control. Then we'll all be dead. Well, to hell with you, I'm telling everyone. Lum shrugs. You can try. Without evidence, it's your word against mine. Who are they going to believe? A decorated war hero or a delusional teenager? Besides, he says, nothing you do is going to stop them now. The fleet is coming. You know what? Lum says brightly. I think it's time you were given a raise. You're clearly too valuable to be filling in TPS reports for Seek. In fact, it's late. Why don't you let me submit those reports while you head down the mess hall? He all but pushes you out the door. A full belly is a sharp mind! You are ejected into the hallway, and the doors to the bridge close behind you. Your mind is spinning. He's right. Who would believe you with no proof? I mean, I guess they're not wrong, but like, what do we do with that? Okay. Mars has something to say, which is good. Also, Dust 3, that's a Cal birthday. Do a quick consumable check. Okay, my fingers crossed. This dialogue with Mars is what gets us the moving towards overthrowing him. Oh hey, have any time to spare? Okay, is this the okay? This is the same text as before, but it's also the same result as before, so it's fine with me. Okay, Mars, this better be good. Your strongest ally against Lum and his 1,000 colony ships is Mars. Not only is she your friend, and therefore more likely to believe you, but as your fellow assistant to Lum, she's also in the best possible position to do something about it. Then again, maybe she's like everyone else and will just think you're delusional. Or worse, she wants Earth to come colonize Rotumna and bring that culture she desires so strongly. You know what? No, let's tell her. I feel like the more people who know, the better. You get Mars alone and tell her everything you know. She listens attentively, not interrupting. And when you're finished, she asks if you're sure your information is correct. You tell her you are. You heard it with your own ears. Mars rests her head against her fingers. Earth is coming, she says quietly. Finally, we could have some support in colonizing this planet and stop living in our parents' shadows. She looks up, but 100,000 people? Who'll be in charge then? Lum or someone worse? We were here first, she insists. I'm not letting a bunch of uniforms from Earth come in and start bossing us around, thinking they're better than us. What should we do? Yeah, we need to take the colony back from him. Mars is quiet for a long time, considering something. Finally, she takes her hands away from her face. Okay, I'm going to let you in on a little secret, she says. Looking around to make sure no one is listening, she pulls you a little closer. I'm already working on that part, she confesses. I wasn't ready to bring it up to the rest of the SFC yet, but lately I'm thinking we should really try to make a difference. If we can convince enough council members that Lum is bad news, we can actually remove him from power. It's time for an emergency meeting of the SFC. She grabs your hand and grins. Hurry up, I'm not going to let you miss this. Okay. Okay. It's been a while, but this is one of the scenes that was played for us like right at the start, in between us bonking our head during the trip here and then waking up in the med bay. Mars calls this meeting of the SFC to order with a grim expression. I cannot just stand by while Governor Lum ruins everything we've built here, she says, clenching her fist down on the table. He might know how to hold a gun, but he doesn't know how to lead a colony. From now on, this club is going to focus on getting Governor Lum out of power and getting someone competent in. We have from now until Vertimnalia to somehow convince the other council members that he's gotta go. I agree, Cal says, and everyone turns to him in surprise. What? Lum's a jerk. All he cares about is killing animals. It's better for the whole planet if he's gone. Mars steeples her fingers, but the question is, who will we get to replace him? Obviously, I think I am a great candidate, but I'm willing to consider other options. Tammy immediately gives her support to Mars, so we can agree, say anyone, we should respect Governor Lum, no. Okay, so we need persuasion of 50 or greater and rebellion of 70 or greater. Aha, so there is a use for rebellion beyond just getting into assisting the governor. But you know what, sure. Let's put Mars in charge. Mars, of course, is happy about that. Cal is worried. No offense, Mars, but are you really going to stop the soldiers from killing the animals? Look, Cal, Mars says, spreading her hands wide, I don't want hunters going out and not coming back either. Maybe we can find a safer, more efficient way to deal with the animals, yeah? Sounds ominous. Cal doesn't look convinced. Nomi exchanges a look with Rex, and then clears her throat. We support you, Mars. We think you'll be a great governor. But, Nomi continues, tracing their finger idly over the laptop, or the tabletop. You're gonna keep it so that the colony is fair and everyone has what they need, right? Like, I like that we don't have to compete for stuff and everyone gets the same treatment. Look, Name, I get it, but the colony can't grow without a little incentive. Look at how the Kudos encourages us to help out around the colony. What if everyone had something like that? I think in the future we should go back to earning a paycheck and spending it on things, she continues. If you want nicer things, you gotta work harder. So, more will get done around here, and people will be willing to make those nice things for people to buy. I'm sorry to say, it's the only way we're going to get some culture around here. So Mars not going full citizens council. There's going to be some capitalism in our automated space future. Mars gathers everyone close. So the plan is we campaign in all the departments: geoponics, engineering, the quarters, the garrison, explorations, and here in command. Try to soften up all 6 council members and get them on our side. Try to keep this on the down low. Then, at the next Vertimnalia festival, we surprise the governor with a spontaneous council vote and replace him. He'll never see it coming. Okay, well, here we go. Okay, we're in late dust. So we basically have 1, 2, 3, maybe 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 10 months, I guess? I'll save it real quick. Rebellion begins! So we have to go. I think we have to go to. Yeah, we have to hit each and every spot and persuade, I guess, someone or the council member. So who would the council member here be? Wait, there's no option. Is there a thing to do in geoponics? Oh wait. Oh wait. Is it so do we need to do like an activity in there and then um the thing will open up? Maybe that's it. Well, we did say it, so let's try it out. Okay, let's. Yeah, so like if we go to the garrison and then we do one of the things here, we can. We should be able to. I guess we'll be able to pitch the security chief Rhett, maybe. So maybe do something with toughness or combat. What gets us combat? Defense training. Okay, yeah. Let's try. We save, so if we're wrong, we can go back. Okay, there's no basic cards to upgrade. Don't really feel like buying any of those. Okay, so let's try defense training. We'll get a little extra combat, but then we'll also. Here we go. You meet with Security Chief Rhett, knowing he'll be a tough sell in this whole political coup business. He sits behind his desk, hands clasped, listening intently, as you explain how you and Mars plan to depose Lum during the next Vertimalia festival. When you're done, he shakes his head and sits back. You're not an idiot, Solcampbell. You know what you're asking me to do? Having the garrison on your side would make this a military coup. If you learn Earth history, you know those aren't a good look. Why should I support you? I'd be better. Mars is the future. It'll be peaceful. Will it be? What if the governor doesn't want to step down? You don't know the dynamics at play here. When the heliopause landed with 7 squads of trained soldiers expecting a fight, we didn't have a choice. It was diplomatic of Governor Love to keep the existing council members rather than replace us with loyal Helios, but he could still change his mind. Mars is the future of this colony, and you're a regular little politician on the campaign trail, aren't you? You got a lot of guts asking me to remove a professional soldier from leadership during a time of war to replace him with a child. Why the hell shouldn't I go to government now and tell them there's a mutiny underfoot? Okay. Alright, so hard. We're going to have some hard persuasion challenges coming up. So what can I say to convince you? Right, that becomes. What is that? Oh, Wild Flush 2. See, that's 40. 38. Hang on, can we do that? 43, there we go. That's the stuff. Or alternatively, can we maybe get these cards out of... No, hang on, does that... Okay, does this apply just that round or in perpetuity? Let's see. And I guess... Okay, that's 24, that's 30. But that does also get it out of the way early. Fine, we'll just do that. Moving on. Oh, wow. Ooh. So plus 2 duplicates when drawn. Wow, that's a big one. Okay, can I drop a flower on that, turn that yellow? For 5 points, I guess. Okay, and now we need 30, which should be quite doable, I think. Kind of like that? Yeah, kind of like that. Now, can we do better? Maybe. Okay, the gem set gets us 58. Well, that gets us 64. That gets us 66. All right, we'll take that. Yeah, we do appear to keep leaving points on the table, but you know what? It's fine. Okay, so we got one council vote. Nice. You manage, somehow, to convince Security Chief Rhett that it is morally imperative that he support your movement to depose Lum. You both know that Lum is dangerously inept, so it's really just a matter of assuring him that you'll do a better job, and that you'll protect him from reprisal if you fail. You've won his vote, against all odds. And we're up to 95 combat. Okay, see, wet one, that is, oh wait, wet one is Mars's birthday. She is also a fan of The Shiny. Oh, and we have an event with Mars too. Lovely. You find Mars frowning over a textbook on her holo. She flips through the pages with growing disgust until finally she gestures angrily to dismiss the screen and drags her hands down her face. Ah! She exclaims, "People totally suck." You slide into the seat next to Mars and she sighs. I told my dad about my plan to get the adults to adopt kudos as a way to encourage the arts, and they got totally weird about it. Like, they think it's a good idea, but then they told me that I should read up about Earth's history. So I did, and you know what I found? People suck. The whole reason we left Earth was because trading money for stuff was a bad idea. It made a few people rich and everyone else poor, and it destroyed all the culture. People fought and killed each other over it. By the time our parents left Earth, almost everyone worked super hard and was super poor. While like 100 people barely worked at all and owned private spacecraft. That's so dumb. Wow. I have never heard of any analog like that. I can't imagine what you would be referring to there, Mars. This colony is the closest humans have ever come to income equality in thousands of years, but we don't have any passion. And Earth's history is full of people with passion who end up turning into supervillains while everyone else stars. Mars says, crossing her arms. Is that all we're capable of, really? She looks at you intently and puts her hand over her heart. I'm a passionate person, she says. Is being a despot all I'm capable of? There's nothing wrong with passion. Oh, I agree, but no one can be right 100% of the time. If I really am going to run this place one day, I can't be surrounded by yes men. I need to have a little backbone, or I'll end up like exactly like an Earth politician. Well, fine. There has to be a middle ground between austerity and equality. I don't want to have everything while everyone else has nothing. Like, yes, obviously I want to colonize this stupid rock, Mars continues. I want massive cities and glass skyscrapers and flying cars. I want to not have to fight off aliens every year. I want to pave over all these skunky pollen trees and kill the stupid bugs. I want air conditioning. I just want everyone to have everything. Even the stuff that idles nothing doesn't matter. We can't live like animals just because of the boogeyman of our past. As governor, I'm not going to let us fall into the same patterns we did on Earth. We have to take care of each other and master this planet, but we also can't forget what makes life worth living. Luxury. What do you think? Do you think I'm on the right track? Okay, well, pray tell, how do we avoid these past mistakes? Well, I mean, Mars starts and furrows her brow in thought. I mean, I guess I just thought, because we're already starting out equal, people will just be better? She frowns. You're right. It seems like wishful thinking, doesn't it? Well, at least I have you to bring me back to Earth. I mean, for Tumna. Mars smiles and clasps your shoulder. Thanks. I don't always think of things I don't. You think of things I don't. I really appreciate that about you. Okay. So, we have one vote from security. We need 6 total, I believe. Um, so I guess here we would be going for like Hal and or congruence. See, we're already, yeah, we're max engineering, max biology. Okay, let's the tutor, and as we're tutoring, we can, I guess, pitch Hal on the, or I guess whoever's in charge here. Oh no, Instance. Okay, right, I forgot. After work, you ask Chief Engineer Instance for a few minutes of her time. She allows you into her office and begrudgingly listens as you explain that you and Mars intend to hijack the elections at the next Vertimnalia. When you're finished, she heaves a long, suffering sigh and pinches the bridge of her nose in her fingers. Why in the world would I support this plan? She says. We're barely surviving as it is. Lum is right. The planet is at war with us. Every year we come closer and closer to total annihilation. Is this really the time for dissent? So, Instance gestures to her office. Every horizontal surface is covered with experiments. He may not be the most suited to the job, but do you see anyone else with the time on their hands to run a colony? The idiot does the least damage where he is, doing busy work and making stupid motivational videos. We can say the war on nature is bullshit. I know he made you work on that virus. You say, what if I can persuade you? I say, I know he made you work on that virus. Oh, oh, apparently that was enough. Instance stares at you for a long time, as if sizing up your mettle. Calculations go on behind her eyes you can barely hope to understand. My personal feelings on that matter and what is best for the future of the colony are 2 different things, she says finally. But you're right, that the governor's leadership is reckless in the extreme. Maybe even a child could do better. Agreed. You can count on my vote. Okay, so we don't even have to do the persuasion challenge. Instead, we get to do the tutoring challenge. Hooray? So do we have any gem interactions? We do not. Well, that's not an optimum draw, I gotta say. Although, if we do... If we do that, we'll get... What is that? Oh, that counts as 4 of a... Oh, wait, because the blues are wild. Right. Okay, so that counts as 4 of a kind. And 4 of a kind. Nice. Okay, we'll take that. I don't hold out a lot of hope for reasoning getting to max, but every little bit helps. Although if we get 7 per, maybe we'll stand a chance. Who knows? Okay, so we have engineering. We have security. Oh, nothing new there. So who would it be? Would it be, obviously it wouldn't be Lum. Would it be Seek? I'm not sure. Who would it be here? Let's see. We got engineering. No. Toughness. Eh. Or we could grind more persuasion if that'll come into play, and I feel like it will. Although obviously assisting the governor. Although wait, we do get more money now. I guess Lum tried to buy us off. Okay, here we go. Getting Chief Administrator Seek alone is fairly easy. No one wants to spend time around them if they don't have to. You explain that you're intending to hijack the elections at Vertumnalia in order to depose Governor Lum. The more you speak, the more it's clear that Seek is already on board. Finally, they say, rubbing their hands together with a look of unbridled glee. I was waiting for everyone to realize what an imbecile he is. The man barely knows how to read. So, can we count on your vote? It depends, Seek replies. You're not the only person with ideas around here. I was planning on making a go at governor myself. They extend their hand to you, rubbing 2 fingers together. Unless you can provide significant motivation to throw myself behind your cause instead. They're asking for a bribe? Oh! Former Governor Uticott pops her frail head out from behind one of the high-backed command chairs. Obsequious, she snaps. Are you seriously intending to extort these young revolutionaries out of their candy money? Shame on you! So Seek's full name is Obsequious. Wow, okay. She tisks and turns back to her work. Almighty, she continues. What would happen to all of you without me keeping everyone honest? 89 years old and I'm still steering this ship. Seek has the decency to look ashamed. They sigh and drop their hand. Thanks, Unicott. Well, Seek says, for whom do you intend me to cast my vote, It better be good. If you don't get majority support, Lum will come down hard on us that show disloyalty. He may be an idiot, but he's an idiot in power. Okay, so I guess we have... no, let's back Mars. Seek's lip curls. Marzipan? They laughs. Well, I suppose she is a rather cunning politician, considering her age. Her materialism is a concern. Very well, I will support her when the time comes. Though we will have to see what the rest of the council thinks, won't we? Okay, cards with gems are wild, which is lovely. Although, could we find +1 skill? I mean... Are we going to min-max that hard? Actually, you know what? Let's stick with that. I think we can handle 1 less pip of persuasion. Because we'll get that anyway. Yeah, there we go. We got 6. We're up to 91 persuasion. Okay, so that's at least 3 votes. And we need 3 more. I'm still confused as to why there's nothing there. It said that they listed the living quarters among the places we have to check, so presumably there's something there. As we could do that, we could look at expeditions too. Oh, wait, looks Deese wants our attention. What's up, Deese? This evening, when Deese isn't in his quarters or his usual spot near the expedition vehicles, you have a sixth sense of where to find him. His old secret hideout in the big drainage pipe under the wall, where he still goes sometimes when he needs to escape and be alone. Sure enough, there he is at the entrance of the pipe, but something's wrong. He's fiddling with the package, furtively. His head jerks up as you approach, and he clutches it to his chest. You can barely believe your eyes, but you know a bomb when you see one. What are you doing? Deese stares at you for a few moments, weighing the truth. I'm leaving, he says eventually. Noctilucent made me a deal. Sabotage the colony during the next attack, and they'll let me become a gardener. Don't get in my way. I don't want to have to hurt you. Well, we're not... Oh, we need 90 friendship or higher. We're probably a ways off of that, aren't we? Yeah. We can say, I'm not going to stop you. No, the dude's got a bomb. Of course we're going to try to stop him. I guess we're going to do the empathy challenge. I won't let you do this. Okay, that's a lot of yellow showing, I guess. Oh, bother. Okay. Maybe we just save all that and then we do 3 of a kind there. That's a start, anyway. Okay. Let's see. We could go for some gem synergy here. Like that, maybe? Then we need 18 off the last round? Yeah, we can do that. Okay, then we need... Let's see, if we get that to make that a +5, if we get a flush with that. So how do we get a flush here? Let's see, we could go all blue, or we could try to go more yellow and then just turn one, thusly. And I guess maybe that. And you know what? We'll drop a log on that one. Just because we can. Okay, we are above averagely empathetic. Dees clutches the explosive to his chest tightly and lets one shuddering sigh. Okay, he says finally. Okay, He shakes his head and hands it over to you. Take it, he says, before I change my mind. You dispose of the deadly package and thank all the gods from all the religions you can name that you were here tonight to stop this. Yeah. Um, well, okay. We do need to do expeditions. Okay, here's my thought. We go on an expedition. Maybe, no, do we go to the swamps? And because I mean, combat, or do we hold off? And then we max that out when we be in, because I think we go expedition, we we max out our stress, we come back, we relax in glow, because we can relax in geoponics or in the living quarters, and then we can start fresh next year. Actually, the more I think about it, the more I like that. So that if we were to do that, which expedition would we do? Let's see, we've already gone through all the collectibles and hunt the swamps. That's perception and engineering, which we maxed out. Perception and biology, which we maxed out. Perception and animals, same. Then bravery and perception. Bravery we don't have much. Okay, if we go hunt, we max that. Oh wait, although it would be harder to max hunt, stress out there because we need 25. Yeah, because we got the that bravery perk, so exploration stress is now plus 10, and then we shave 5 more off that because of our calmness as plus 5. So we would need to do 5 events. Well, I think I guess yeah, there's 7 events there. So all right, fine, we'll do that. We'll go hunt in the swamps again. But yeah, okay, but why can we not get Utopia's vote? Okay, we'll stick to our plan. You and Vase are walking down a path made by some creature, probably bush bubs. They like to make paths. What you find though isn't a bush bub, it's a snap bladder, a much more aggressive foe. You see nests of the thing squirming around and crying out, trying to lure people into their hungry mouths, but this one is on the move. It's crawling across the path, slowly. From its round, lumpy fore, you wonder if it's pregnant. These things are a danger to surveyors and could potentially kill someone who fell into a brooding nest. They swell up so huge they can't move anymore, and instead half bury themselves and lie in wait for prey to come too close. Ah, you take this one, Vase says, gesturing to the lumbering beast. It looks more like your speed. So we can dispatch it quickly, we can analyze it, or we can take the combat challenge. Well, the combat challenge is why we're here. Okay, we'll get those out of the way. No, it's fine. fine. It's fine. It's fine. Everything's fine. Let's see. Not a yellow challenge, but we can... Let's see, if I put these in here, that's 63. Put those in there, 55. Okay, that's fine. Okay, you take out your plasma cutter and do a cool spinning move, jumping off a few logs and jamming the tool into the snap ladder's, well, ladder. It exhales a cloud of noxious acid mist. So, more combat, and we're maxed, which means, oh, physical boost perk, +1 to physical increases. Nice, except we're almost maxed out on that anyway. That takes us up to 80 stress. I mean, we don't have to... I mean, truthfully, we've already done what we came here to do, which is max out combat. So we could just go back, talk to Utopia and Rhett, maybe clear that dialogue and then try? I guess let's try that. Let's drop a proactive save. Let's go with 3. Okay, I know how to access the array. Is it still going to make us do the thing? I think it's... it's alright, fine. Okay, now can I talk to Utopia, please? Apparently not. God dang it. Okay, so we just won't actually make the payload in engineering. Well, if that's the case, let's just go home. Okay, I am annoyed that... Okay, well, hang on. Okay. Could we have avoided that by going somewhere other than the swamps? I mean, it's possible, but... You know. Anyway, let's just do what we were planning on doing. Oh, hell. You know what? I didn't... Fine. Fine. It's fine. Here, welcome back. Thank you for not bombing the colony. Have some medicinal roots. Okay, we still need more reasoning before we're allowed to, I guess, study with Tangent again. Okay, you know what? Maybe we have to do something in here to unlock other stuff? I'm not sure. Let's find out. Okay. Annie's easy to track down. She's in the rebuilt creche, giving a bottle to one of the new babies. Despite everything, people are still having babies. It's incredible to think. Oh, would you mind passing me that canteen? She says, giving you a gentle smile. You hand Anne the canteen that had just been out of her reach, and she juggles the bottle to hold it and the baby in one hand while she takes a grateful drink. Never enough hands, she says. Someone should figure out how to give us telekinesis. Let's see science work on that, hmm? She laughs, which rocks the baby in her arms. So what can I do for you? Well? Anne listens patiently as you explain the plan to force a vote at the next Saturnalia to depose Lum. When you're done, she sets the bottle down and lifts the baby onto her shoulder to burp. That's quite the plan, she says, rubbing the baby's back. You've come a long way from when you were this little. I'm proud of you for sticking to your guns, no matter what happens. So we can count on your vote? Anne makes a thoughtful noise. Well, I'm not one for fighting any wars on nature. Honestly, I'm so busy with the living quarters and the kitchens and the creche, I barely pop my head outside these days. But I do trust Lum to do what's best for us. He's a little empty in the noggin, but he surrounds himself with good people, and that's what matters to me. The baby lets out a weak, wet-sounding burp, and Anne coos at it. Great job, good work. Better out than in. Well, Anne says, turning her attention back to you, what do the others think? If they're on board, I won't mind chipping in a vote to make it a majority. Well, I have 3 votes. Oh, look at you, Anne says fondly. You're really serious, aren't you? How wonderful to see you all grown up. Somewhere else in the creche, a baby starts to cry. Anne stands up and excuses herself. You have my vote, dear heart. You can always count on your Aunt Anne, just like always. I don't know. Okay. Yeah, forget it. Yeah, I mean, normally yes, but the fact the value is wild suggests it's more useful than a lot of the other trash in our cards. Okay. You're heading to bed when the sirens begin to wail, heralding the beginning of the yearly xenofauna attack. Outside your window, you see the soldiers begin to form up. This year, Nem is sending her own squad. You see her red hair bobbing along with the others as she rushes to defend the walls. So, we could go out after her, or wait in our quarters. Okay, we don't need the heroic buff, because all we have left to max out is toughness. And we should be going for reasoning anyway, and just try to take advantage of enlightened, but I don't. Okay, we'll just here. Just okay, just in case. And we can't let something bad happen to Nem, despite everything. Yeah, she is our friend. Just, I mean, she has horrible taste in men, and she's in with a bad crowd, but we can't abandon her. Nem looks at you in surprise, but nods when she sees you ready to fight. Someone hands you a plas rifle, and you join her squad on the walls. And there's our heroic buff. You stand shoulder to shoulder with Nem and watch the Xenos mass on the far side of the firebreak. Look at them all, she says darkly. They just keep coming more and more every year. What are they even waiting for? Why don't they just attack already? She shoots a look at the rest of her squad, all of them Helios, mostly young adults like you, and lowers her voice. I just want to get it over with, you know? These Helios learned to march before they could walk. I want to prove I can handle myself as well as they can. She runs her fingers down the barrel of her plas rifle, where she stenciled the name, Kombucha. Kombucha being Calm's full name, of course. A lowing from the forest draws your attention back to the enemy line. The wall of animals is approaching in eerie unison, their footsteps drumming a rumbling tattoo across the ground. Nem clutches her rifle tightly. Okay, here goes. The animals approach the wall at a steady pace, but stop short of the walls. Instead, they mill around outside the colony, near the garrison. In the eerie silence, you hear the sudden crackle of plas rifle fire, and a flying creature falls to the ground. You hear Security Chief Rhett from his post on the walls, telling the squad to hold their fire. His voice rings through the still, expectant air. The Xenos are just standing there. So quiet. The animals appear to be waiting for something. The uncomfortable impasse stretches into minutes, until Nem finally tilts her head like she's hearing orders through her hearspeak. Okay, we're just going to attack them, she says, her voice lilting up almost as if it's a question. Her Helio-born squad mates look at her with unsure expressions, but Nem nods. Yeah, to the walls! Open fire! Okay. I'm gonna bet that order came from Lum. Okay, plus 1 to physical, plus 3 bonus to straights. Well, that could be something. So how, if we want to get that, how would we do that? We could do this. We could do 4, 5, and then we make that a 6. Nice. That'll do. Okay. Let's see, we got. Yeah, we're using a lot of our yellow flowers, although there's really not much reason not to. And again, it's not like this one is that important anyway. Or, I mean, at least as far as I know. I could very well be wrong. Let's see. Do we have? Can we turn let's see. We make that a no, because we need to. I think if can we get another straight here? 3, 4, 5, 6. Yeah, 'cause we can't put something to the right because that's going to make it a 5, which is going to break the straight. Unless we just put a 4 there, and then just make it red. Okay, that was a mistake, but either way, it's fine. Well, yeah, no. That went from 31 to 40. Okay, I don't know what we did wrong, but it's fine. Everything's fine. Okay, so that gets an 8. Uh, Well, these are both wild, so we can just do that and that. Yeah? Yeah, it's fine. Yeah, we're already max combat, so that's not going to be that helpful anyway. Although apparently we got max points, so hooray. More colony defense, as though we needed it. You and the others open fire, joined by other squads at other points in the walls. The creatures continue to mill around as they're cut down by a hail of crackling plas rifle fire, seemingly unbothered. It's not until a few minutes pass that the creatures seem to wake up, in a sense, breaking from their holding pattern and beginning to batter the walls, as usual. Flying creatures begin to soar overhead, landing in the courtyard and attacking from within. You stay on the walls and pick off what you can, trying to keep the creatures from forming a living pyramid to scale the walls. You can hear the battering of their bodies against the gates from here, and the commotion as the great defenders rally to keep it shut. Governor Lump comes charging up to Ned. I need command of your squad, he said. I'm taking them down to the courtyard to engage the enemy directly. But my squad? Ned stammers. She looks conflicted. Lum is the governor and outranks her as a soldier. But he's Lum. His plan is bound to be dangerous, or even suicidal. The rest of the squad are Helioborn, yes, but they're also just teenagers like you. Don't you need us up here, supporting defenders from the walls? She chances to suggest. Yeah, I'm going to back up Nem. We're more useful up here. Lum doesn't look convinced, but your support emboldens Nem. She stands up straighter and hardens her expression. I can't send my people into close combat, she says firmly. We're trained for range defense, not melee. The governor looks at your squad mates, but none of them make a move to follow him. He curls his lip in disgust and stalks away. Your squad remains on the wall, defending them against being breached by Xenos and picking off the flying ones before they can land in the courtyard. as the gates stay standing, and after an hour, the attack ends as quietly as it began, with the remaining Xenos slinking back into the forest from whence they came. In the quiet following the battle, the colony comes out of hiding to gather in the courtyard, surveying the damage. Everyone looks weary, but you survived another year, with remarkably few casualties. With the gates secured and people begin to pick through the massive xenobodies, you spot Deese watching from up on the walls. As he meets your eyes from a distance, you wonder how tonight's battle might have gone if you hadn't stopped him from planting that bomb. That is a damn good question. Okay, that was age 18. More colony defense, a few more cards, a lot of persuasion and reasoning, a whole mess of combat. And best of all, now we're dating Tangent. I swear, where is this? Where is this bar? Rex, you're killing me over here, offering a bar without actually letting me use it. Okay. Hey, come over here. You look around and see Rex gesturing towards you, towards a bit of tarped up rubble. You head over and pop your head inside. Rex peers at you from the gloom, his heterochromatic eyes gleaming in the light of his holopalm. Okay, get in here and close the tarp behind you. You settle in cross-legged beside Rex, and he shares his holoscreen with you. Look what I found, he says seriously. On the screen are some... Well, wow. Those people are not wearing clothes, and they would very much like you to know that. Now that you're an adult, it stands to reason you'd have access to adult entertainment, but wow, that's all just there, isn't it? And you can just look at it? That seems like a bug. Like you should tell an actual adult, maybe, but nope, it's all there. You can even log on to the Holo archives with your own password and see for yourself. Truly, we live in interesting times. So, do you want to check it out with me? I mean, sure. Okay, you shuffle over, you scroll through the entertainment options. Oh, I didn't know bodies could go to that shape. Okay, are we... Wait. It seemed like not wearing clothes and getting stuck in weird places. Is it? Is it porn? It's probably porn, but I don't... I'm confused. Getting stuck in weird... Is it... I'm not comfortable with this. I'm just gonna let that go. Okay, but like, where does getting stuck in weird places come into it? I I mm. I no no we're just gonna let it go. We're not gonna think about it. We're just gonna let that slide. Okay, so we have engineering. We have Aunt Anne in the living quarters. We have Seek and maybe Unicott? I'm not sure. And we have Rhett. That's 4. We need 6. So I guess we got to do something in here. What would we do in here? Well, tending the animals we would get empathy, but that's about it. We could research xenobotany, which would do nothing for us. Work on the farm would get us biology and toughness. Or we could shovel dirt and get more toughness. I mean, I guess? Oh, that's 15 stress. That's just 10. Although we can mitigate stress, we just Fine, we'll get the points. Okay, you find some time alone with the chief cultivator to talk about your plan to peacefully depose Lum. Talk to your mom about it. Your mom is a busy woman, probably the busiest in the colony, honestly, so you keep it brief. You explain the details of Mars's plan. Depose Lum, get voted in, save the colony, maybe the planet. I hate all this bureaucracy stuff, she groans when you're done. Say what you want about the new guy, at least he doesn't waste my time with pointless meetings. This isn't a pointless meeting. No, you're right, she says. This is important stuff. You're right to care about it. She leans back in her chair and puts her feet on her desk, linking her hands over her stomach. It's just, you're so young. You and Marzipan. Do you really think either of you could lead the entire colony? This isn't some hobby farm or secret club. This is the fate of human civilization on a hostile planet. Are either of you really prepared for the tough decisions you'll have to make as governor? Of course I am. And apparently this is a normal persuasion challenge, which is even better. Although the point ask doesn't look all that different. Okay, so we got a +3 bonus to straights. So if we turn that into 4, that'd be a 5. That'd be a 6. Yep, there we go. Let's see, +3. Do we have it? Oh yeah, that gets buffed during. Let's see. Let's see. Can we get a 7 in here? We can. Although no, we're fine. We're fine. We're fine. We're already there. No, well, no, that'd be fine. Put that there, there, and there. And you know what? Let's just make that blue too. There. So cost us 3 kudos, but that's fine. We get more persuasion too. And I guess we'll get our toughness eventually. Your mom smiles, one you haven't seen in some time. Look at you, she says fondly, all grown up and overthrowing the government, just like your old lady. Aw, Mom. It'd be hypocritical of me to tell you you're too young, she continues and pats her leg. I was about your age when I lost this, fighting on Earth for what I believed in. I didn't listen to my elders either. If I hadn't done the same thing you're doing right now, I probably wouldn't have had a place on the strata with your father. Wouldn't have had you, so who knows what you're capable of and where it'll take you. If you truly believe you're ready, you have my support. Okay, so we got big chunk of toughness, up to 85. Okay. As usual for this time of year, your dreams have been more vibrant and invasive. You have trouble distinguishing dream from reality during the day, and you dread falling asleep at night. Huh. How did that hop eye get in your bedroom? Okay, I mean, obviously this is a hallucination. So we can shoo it away or we can follow it. Go shoo. Shoo. I said shoo, not chase it. You chase it out your balcony door and find yourself on a thickly wooded path, the brushwood pressing in close on every side. The light is weird here, pink and glittering, casting teal shadows. The hop eye disappears down a hole in the ground, and without thinking you dive after it, squeezing your shoulders to fit through. You stumble into a cave, beautiful and surreal, shimmering with a light that seems to come from within. When you take a step forward, granules of pink sand crunch underfoot. The cave opens out to a forest that seems lifted from a fairy tale. The sunlight beams through breaks in the trees, illuminating a pathroom of mushroom-ringed stepping stones that lead you to a small cottage. You spot the hoteye hurrying further down the path. Is it late? Late? For a very important date? So we can visit the cottage or we can follow the hoteye. Let's see, last time I chose to do something other than follow the hoteye, the game ignored me. You don't meet anyone in the cottage, but it isn't empty. There's something alive in the old green crate at the back of the cottage. It's banging furiously, jiggling the latch, demanding to be let out. You lift the lid and find yourself falling into the empty box. You land hard on solid ground, your breath whooshing out of you. It's hot here, impossibly hot. The twin suns beat down on you, burning your skin on contact, and the air is almost painful to breathe. In all directions stretches a barren wasteland of dead trees, like bones puncturing the dry skin of the planet. You rise from the dusty, cracked earth and begin to walk, stumbling over the bones of unknown creatures. You don't know where you're walking, only that the horizon doesn't change. The red sky just stretches overhead like a great bowl of heat pressing down on you. A great roar shakes you and you turn to see a chimeric nightmare, a manticore but with Governor Lum's face. Really? Wow, that's a thing? He towers over you from a podium, his claws clacking and his tail thrashing as he proselytizes. We, primeval forest felling. We, the river stemming, piercing deep the mines within. We, the surface broad surveying. We, the virgin soil upheaving. Overhead, the sky is streaked with smoke. You hear a rumbling in the distance. Nah, we fight. You plant your legs and refuse to look away from the beast. With a yell from behind you, Mars appears and swings a sword made of light at the Lum abomination. Its head rolls across the dirt, but it continues to speak. You turn from the scene and walk away, feeling the memory of it cling to you as you push and claw your way through to another reality. How many realities we got in this thing? You stumbled forwards in a dark, glowing forest. Blessedly cool air brushes your cheeks, thick with moisture, making your face wet as if you've been crying. The path wends upwards, flanked by humanoid figures carrying candles. Some are wearing robes, some armor, some lab coats and envirosuits and informal wear. Some are elderly, some are barely 10 years old. All turn to look at you and you realize with a jolt, they're you. Every single one of them is you. You see yourself reflected in their eyes as they gaze upon you dispassionately, a line of possibilities stretching out as far as the eye can see. The hoteye crouches between the ranks and gazes solemnly out as you pass. You walk steadily upward, feeling their unflinching gaze follow you. Overhead, the wormhole hangs in the sky like an overripe fruit, bending the heavy branch of space and time towards you. It's so close. You feel as if you could touch it. You stretch your hand out, seeking. You wake up. And now we have insomnia. Hooray! Milky quiet pours through your window, flakes of bromide snow piling up against the glass. You feel as quiet as feel as tired as when you went to bed. It's your birthday. You're 19 years old. Only one more year as a teenager. And pray tell, what does insomnia do for us? Mental skill increases reduced by 1 for 3 months. Oh, great. So if we're going hard for reasoning, that's going to be an issue. Well, you know what'll help insomnia? Some birthday cake. Which we'll, of course, share with Tammy, as we always do. Okay. So, votes. We have engineering with Instance. We have living quarters with Auntie Anne. We have command with Seek. And again, maybe Unicott? Not sure. We have Security with Rhett. 1, 2, 3, 4. Hydroponics makes, hydroponics makes 5. 6 if we count Unicott? Can we count Unicott? I don't know. What's up, Nem? You spot Nem halfway up a garrison watchtower. Her legs wrapped around the scaffolding as she cranes to look over the fence through a pair of binoculars. You clear your throat, and she peers down at you and waves. Hey, come on up here. I want to ask you something. Okay. You clamber easily up the scaffolding. Nem gives you a high five. Here, look through these, Nem says, shoving the binoculars in your hands. You raise them to your eyes and look where she's pointing, a long ways out, much farther than the expeditions are going. You spot a dark humanoid shape moving through the towering fungal forest. See him? Nem asks. It's Dace, I swear it is. He's always sneaking out over the walls. Your point being? So what? He's gonna get in trouble. Only if you tell on him. Well, yeah, but someone should. They don't say we're not supposed to go outside on the colony unless it's on expedition, Nem says, taking the binoculars back and looping them around her neck. And what if Dees just goes wherever he wants? What if he gets hurt? What if he dies? What if he picks up a weird alien disease and comes back with 3 heads? Well, that'd be fun. Nem scratches her cheek where acne's made her skin dry and sore looking. Ow, she muttered. I just don't know what to do about it. What do you think? I mean, we can tell her to stay out of his business. Tell an adult? No. Try to convince him, or we should go after him. Let's just let Dees be Dees. I can't do that. As the strongest kid in the colony, I gotta protect all the other kids. The colony's got rules for a reason, Nem says, staring off into the wilderness. If we do our own thing and don't care about the rules, we're all gonna be toast. Kind of like a sports ball team. We're all doing different stuff, but we all gotta play by the same rules so we can get as many points as we can. And someone's telling us to get down from there, which is weird. Yeah, we're on watch. Okay, so Nem's card has been upgraded. That's good. Oh, select to forget so we can not take it, but I mean that's fine. You both climb the rest of the way to the guard platform. Nem heaves herself over the edge and reaches down to help you up, and you barely notice that her hands are all banged up and scabbing over with blue scales, probably from all the scampering all over the place, the way she does. She notices you looking and laughs awkwardly. She runs a hand through her ruffly hair. Maybe if I get beat up enough, I'll have so many scales I won't have no more acne. I hope that's the reason she has those, and nothing else. Okay, I have nothing to say to him. Okay, so hydroponics, we have Mom's vote. Command, we have Seek, maybe Unicott. We got Auntie Anne. We got Instance. We got Rhett. Okay, so let's try Expedition again, this time going somewhere other than the swamp. Thank you for that. Here, Dees. Have this bit of medicinal roots I just picked up right in front of you. Think nothing of it. No, come on, just click on the thing. Thank you. Okay, so if we're not going to do swamps, we can survey the ridge. You go forage in the valley. And we've maxed all those, but you're basically there. We can go for, well, one, to get more loot, but also we can see if we can finally get Utopia alone and then ask her to support us. All right, please, Utopia, I'm begging you. Okay, here we go. You managed to partner yourself with the chief surveyor herself on your next expedition. It's the perfect chance to talk to her about Governor Lum, but she beats you to it. Hey, this was easier trekking when we had hoverbikes, Utopia says as she hauls herself up a particularly difficult stretch of terrain. She reaches back to help you up. That villain Lum's using them for search for aliens now. Like that's not finding a needle in a haystack. He's sending half my teams out to the swamps now. She gestures at her empty holster. Without weapons, I might add. He's bleeding us dry out here. She scrubs the back of her hand across her mouth. That snake of a man thinks every little thing is a war. I don't like getting attacked by animals neither, but I sure miss being able to explore this planet without Lum getting his paws over my division and taking my resources to do a damn messy war. Funny you should mention that. Yeah, well, I mean, yeah, it's Fishman. It's our friends seem to have a certain lack of awareness about what we do directly in front of them. So it's and they appreciate the gifts regardless, whether or not we just pick them up off the ground. So it's fine. Everything is fine. You tell Utopia about Mars's plan to overthrow Lum and the nest for Terminalia. She seems excited by the prospect. You forget how young she is compared to the other council members. Sounds stellar, she says, clapping you on the back. All the question is, who you got in mind to replace him? Let's go with Mars. Mars? Utopia drawls. Really? Ain't she about, well, she's young. She crosses her arms and gives it a thought. Well, I was only 22 when I became chief surveyor, I guess. It's not too far-fetched, but why Mars? What's she gonna do different than that chauvinistic float cow of ours? Pitch me. I mean, we could just tell her, remember what Lum did to your hand? But at the same time, it's an easy persuasion challenge, and I would like to crank up, see if we get persuasion to 100. Let me tell you what we're going to do. Here's what we're going to do. Okay, let's hold off on that. Hang on, they'll get plus 2 cards with gems. We do that and that. That's fine. Although, no, that's got, gosh darn it. Well, no, it's wild, so it's fine. I see, we could. Then we got gem, 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 and then plus 2 to cards with gems. Let's see. Let's see, if we do that, we get 28. Or we do that, we get 38. Okay, we look at the 1 gem cards. We don't really have to worry about that. We could do... Let's see, that's 48. That's 46. Okay, nope. Although, tell you what, let's try out this autoplay fairy perk. So, okay, autoplay fairy, is there a slightly better hand? Okay, 1 extra point. 1 extra point. Okay, well, there we go. Although apparently it was only a slightly better hand. You and Utopia set out for a hard day's work surveying. As you work, explain your plan and how As you work, you explain your plan and how Mars will do everything she can to protect Vertumnant once she's governor. Utopia listens patiently to your pitch for your vote, giving you ample opportunity to explain your position. By the time the second sun is beginning to set and it's time to head back to the transport, you've made a solid ally. Utopia slings her arm around your shoulder as you walk back. Here's a tip from one young buck to another. Don't let anyone ever tell you you're too young. You've been here on Vertumnant just as long as any of us have. Okay. Oh, and... Okay, well, there's that. Oh, right, yeah, because that was just that. So, honestly, what we can do, let's just go around, gather up the loot. And, oh, hey, there's our bud Sim. You're enjoying a relatively uneventful second sun of taking readings for one of Utopia's geological surveys when... Oh. Your world shifts on an unnatural axis as Sim comes crashing seemingly out of thin air, grappling with a skyfish almost as big as he is. Look out! He calls to you, though it's far too late for that. The ground rushes up to meet you, and it's all you can do to close your eyes and protect your head. To make matters worse, in the ensuing tussle, they completely crush the delicate scanning equipment you just finished setting up. Utopia is going to be so upset. What the heck was that? You yell at Sim, who just shrugs helplessly while he holds the skyfish at bay. It's a whole damn mess. What's he doing? Bare-knuckle boxing with a skyfish. Honestly. The skyfish flops around pitifully, then springs back into the sky and flies away, trilling in distress. It didn't even look dangerous, really. So Sim croaks and you turn his attention to him. Blood is pouring from a wound on his chest where one of the skyfish's spines must have pierced his otherwise perfect skin. It's the kind of thing that'll definitely leave a scar, or worse. Holding the wound closed, Sim smiles, sheepishly. I guess my future sight isn't always 20/20. Are you gonna be okay? He waves dismissively with a hand that's not holding his ding-dang chest together. 'Tis but a flesh wound, he says, then smiles. Did I say it right? It's from one of your Earth movies. I quite liked it. He coughs. He and I are similarly difficult to kill completely. Ah, that's a Monty Python reference. Yay. He grins. You think it's just a coincidence that I'm always there at exactly the right time to save you? At the night when I'm asleep, he corrects himself, I sometimes see visions of things that are going to happen, or at least that could happen. My dreams aren't always true, Sim says, wincing as he applies pressure to the wound. The paths branch and converge. Time is more like a web than a line, I think. He smiles weakly. But always in the center, there's you. Aww, you're in the center of my web too, bud. I'm flattered, Sugarbug. I didn't know you thought of me in that way. I can't tell you how this future sight works. To be honest, I don't even know. But if you're curious... He's clearly grappling with something, and not just the sluggishly bleeding wound in his chest. His voice drops. You might look for answers under the light of the wormhole in Glow. Okay. This is not the first time we've been pushed to go out and explore during Glow. I think something is up. Okay, are you... Yeah, could you, melt off a little stress for us, if you'd be so kind? Appreciate it. Okay. So with that done, let's go find more loot, and then we'll go. I hope my animal friends are enjoying just running around with no particular destination in mind. Okay, that's I think that's one of the Manticore is one of those repeatable boss events, so don't think we need to worry about that so much. No, 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 no. You see, there's a question mark over that. That's a trap. See, I can remember things. Okay, I think that should be all the stuff. And I really don't feel like doing any events because all the stat gains are going to be stuff we're already maxed out in. So now that we have Utopia's vote, I think we did what we came to do. Let's just go home. Okay, so got one more. We got 1 more month of heroism, but I think okay we've kind of done everything we set out to do. Hey bud, have some cake. There we go. That'll shave off some more stress and more Cal friendship. Hey, 91, not bad. We might be able to get him to 100 too, but we're not going to date him. Okay, it's hot and humid inside the geoponics bay, making your clothes stick to your skin as you look around for Cal. Eventually you see him, his back turned to you as he lifts bags of fertilizer into a wheelbarrow. You call out to him as you approach, and he turns to greet you with a smile. Oh, I was hoping I would see you today. As you open your mouth to respond, you hear a quiet crack and a hiss from nearby. Oh, dude, watch out! Cal says, stepping between you and what you realize too late is a humidity sprinkler. Cal laughs as he's blasted by a cloud of mist. For one perfect moment, he looks like he's been outlined with 1,000 rainbows. Oh, dip! Cal whines, smiling as he shakes out his hair and flips it back over his shoulder. I should have let you take that one, but your clothes would have gotten wet. He stands up straighter as your gaze passes over his body. He's really grown into himself, is the thing. Before your eyes, a droplet of water bravely winds its way from the rise of his chest and down the rippling muscles to his abdomen to where it disappears into the shirt tied around his waist. Cal tilts his head, his smile turning a little teasing. He flexes his bicep at you. Caught you looking. No, we're not gonna flirt. We're not gonna body shame it after. We're gonna take our shirt off too. Cal laughs and jokingly covers his eyes as you take off your shirt. You twirl it around your finger and launch it at his face. Oh, Cal whines, throwing his shirt back at you. Regular people are so sweaty. How could you stand being wet all the time? Cal puts his hands on his hips and fixes you with a cocky grin. I'm always the right temperature, thanks to my enhancement. I don't even need to sweat. You should try sometime, brah. Get on my level. Okay, so we know Cal doesn't sweat. How does he regulate his body temperature then? Anyway, you spend an enjoyable afternoon helping Cal deliver bags of fertilizer to every corner of the hydroponics bay. When the job's done, he claps you on the back. Oof. He's as strong as he looks. Cal chatters at you about his plans for the rest of the week as you leave the hydroponics lab. The relatively cooler, drier air of Vertumna hits you like a slap. But of course, Cal doesn't look bothered at all. Race you to the cafeteria. He teases you before taking off down the path. You run after him, causing a ruckus that makes a few adults shake their heads fondly at you as you tear through the colony side by side. Ooh, free log. Speaking of, have we logged Rex this year? Let's see. We have. All right. And now Tammy has something to say. You see Tammy stumbling down the path from the depot, struggling to carry a large wooden box. The box appears to be stuffed with rolls of paper and other craft detritus. Well, give her a hand. Good grief. You jog over and take one side of the box. Oh, hi. Thank you. It's not just heavy, just awkward, and together you carry it easily into the creche. Tammy sets the box down inside the lounge and smooths out her skirts. Goodness, she exclaims, there's more and more of this box every year. She reaches into the box and pulls out a floppy-headed puppet. Oh, kindness! They were always my favorite, Tammy says, stroking his long pink hair. Do you remember putting on Gratitude Day skits when we were kids? It's hard to forget. Once a year on the Stratosphere, all the adults would cook a big meal and talk about how grateful they were for things like the oxygen recycler working and babies being born, and then kids would put on a puppet show about the beginnings of the Vertumnus Project. All of the puppets had allegorical names like kindness or courage or curiosity. You remember some of the years you could get a little creative with the details. You've heard adults talk about how there used to be a similar feast day back on Earth, but whenever they're asked about it, all they'll say is the way they do it now is way better, for some reason. Probably because there's no stuffing. You nod and Tammy smiles fondly as she pulls out more puppets. Oh, here's hope! And resilience, too! Oh, that's ironic. Resilience needs a little bit of love before she's ready for the stage. Tammy runs her fingers over Resilience's loose button eyes. I think Anemone was the very best Resilience, she says thoughtfully. Do you remember when she and Mars both wanted to play Resilience, and then so they drew straws, and then Anemone had to play Ingenuity? Yeah, she was great at breaking stuff. Oh my gosh, I thought Tangent was going to light Anemone on fire with her mind, Tammy exclaims, pressing her hands to her cheeks. She always wanted to be Ingenuity. Well, yeah, what was your favorite part? Tammy's cheeks darkened. I liked working on the set and the puppets with Cal, she said, touching her fingertip to her lips. I was always too worried I would mess up my lines. Yeah, those were fun times. And Tammy's confidence is up again. Well, good. Tammy folds her hands over her heart and sighs. I'm so happy we still have these old dolls. Some of the littlest kids don't even know how we used to do this. I can't wait to teach them. Did we get more friendship with Tammy, or was that just a... I guess we did. It seems like we have these intermittent events. And I can't tell if they're connected to friendship or not. Okay. Hmm. So that's it. We have all the votes. So what do we do? Anyone else near a friendship breakpoint? Well, we just gave Deese a gift, so we can't do that again until next time around. Yeah, we give Nomi some crystals. We got plenty of those to go around. What about Mars? Mars is okay. Um, just I'm still annoyed we can't access the dang bar. And you get a crystal. Okay, so Heroic's gonna roll off. Insomnia is probably gonna stick around for at least another month or two. So we can try to max out toughness. Or alternatively, we try to max out persuasion and we get the enlightened buff again. And then we go hard on reasoning. Because I honestly, I'm not sure what else there is to do. All right, well, I guess we'll do that. Okay, check the notice board. Yeah, the colony security rate is 170%. Yeah, we got Utopia, we got Antecedent, we got Mom, we got Instance, we got Rhett, we got Seek. Yeah, we'll keep grinding persuasion. Okay, then cards with gems are wild. See, we got that'd be well. Hang on, we could do that, then do that. That gets us 56. Note that won't have the highest value. That's 57. Okay, autoplay fairy. Can we do even better than 57? 58. Okay, works for me. Okay, and then we are maximum persuasion, which means we have a +1 to social increases. Okay. Um, don't know how useful that's going to be, but sure. +1 to social increases. Thank you, game. Oh, and also, see, pollen 1. Oh, first, hugs incoming. Oh, nice. We lost insomnia. Okay, so that rolled off just in time. And we'll get Rex log as well. Up to 88. Dang, we might. It's not out of the realm of possibility. We could max out Rex too before this is all said and done. Okay, so now we have the blue skill buff. And all we have to rank up is reasoning. We've got the votes we need because we went hard on those. That's engineering. Yeah, I guess we let's go tutor more kids. We are not making the payload for Ret. We're not doing that. So today you're tutoring Nougat and a couple of younger kids about ancient Earth geography. They're learning the names of the countries by pointing to them on maps and saying a few facts about them. It seems kind of pointless to memorize places that these kids will never see, but it's not like you can teach them much about Vertumban geography yet. You're still discovering it. Billions of people, Nougat says, skeptically squinting at a hollow partition of Earth. How do they fit everybody into one little planet, with all the trees and animals and stuff? Was it all like one big colony? So we can tell her the sad truth. We can lie, make it sound idyllic, or another blue card wouldn't be bad because they're all wild, and we'll just tell her the truth. You give Nougat the little kid version of the truth that you learned as a kid. You tell her life on Earth was brutal and hard. Humanity destroyed the environment and fought over what was left. There were no trees and animals left, not as many as there should have been anyway. Most people were poor and hungry and sick, and the ones who weren't kept all the nice things for themselves. At least your parents were lucky to escape on the stratospheric, and you were lucky to be born on it. You're all lucky to be here now. No matter what, at least Vertumna isn't Earth. Nougat looks bewildered. She doesn't really watch holobits, only the cheerful ones for kids that don't address Earth's decline, so she has no idea. But it's not really tall buildings, right? To fit all the people? You say and tell her they did. And she nods in satisfaction and goes back to her schoolwork. Boy. Speaking as someone who lives in Hong Kong, yeah, they had really tall buildings. Lots of them. Okay, so you're definitely getting played. I'll tell you what we could do. We could manage our stress even more and just turn that blue. Okay, so we got 70. Okay, autoplay fairy, can you beat 70? 72. Okay, that is... But wait, how is that better? Like, how does... Okay, if I swap that for that, that's 64? How... You know what? Fine. I'll take the stress. So we got a little bonus empathy, and we got 7 reasoning, gives us 82. So we could hang out with Tangent again if we were so inclined. And we get Genius Deduction, plus 5 during blue challenges. That actually might be kind of useful. Let's do it. So how's the research coming? Tangent shrugs. Well enough, she concedes, but I confess I've actually hit something of a block. I'm sure the answer is right in front of me, but I can't grasp it. You take a look at her work. Immediately, you come to the conclusion that it had been just out of her reach. Tong rubs her eyes. Oh, you are formidable. I had been coming at it wrong the entire time. We get even more reasoning. Nice. And we have +2 friendship, even though we're already at 100. She taps a few notes into a hollow palm and smiles. Thank you for being someone on this stupid rock I can trust to know what they're doing. We don't have 102 friendship, do we? We do not. Okay. Okay, 84. Solid. Solid. Oh, and we have a Nomi event. You're walking through the colony when you see a blur of color and motion at the corner of your vision. And Nomi collides with you with in a catastrophe of flailing limbs and high-pitched squealing, sending you both sprawling to the ground. Oh my gosh! Nomi exclaims. They immediately get to their hands and knees and begin to collect the papers that exploded out of their hands when they fell. I'm so sorry! Sometimes my brain is off doing its own thing and I don't watch where I'm running. Ah! They exclaim, dusting off their piece of toast and shoving it back into their mouth. Gotta eat breakfast even when you're late. Oh my god. Running at high speed with a piece of toast in your mouth. This is maximum weeb. Okay. Hey. Nomi, don't even worry about it. It's okay. Nomi giggles and continues to gather their scattered papers, their faces bright red. Okay, if you say so. Maybe if I had a genetic enhancement like everyone else, I'd be able to watch where I'm going. Nomi gets to their feet and offers you a hand up, then brushes the dust off you. I actually don't even know what my genetic enhancement is, or even if I have one at all. My parents decided to lock my medical files from when I was a baby because of this wild idea that they wanted me to be grown up without feeling like I had to be like perfect. They think it's rude for parents to make that choice for their kids. So it's not all cracked up to be, that sucks, or that's really smart. So I guess she doesn't have an augment. Yeah, that's actually kind of smart. Yeah, I think so too, Nomi replies, smiling brightly. Sometimes I think about what kind of cool superpower I wish I had, but most of the time I just assume my parents just avoiding telling me they gave me the superpower of being turbo awesome. Nomi wiggles their eyebrows. Maybe I'm just like Galactic Cyber Prince Umiyama, and one day a talking Hawkeye will come telling me I have to defeat the Mecha Ultra Nether beings. Nomi starts walking with you, talking animatedly with her hands. I know my parents just wanted me to grow up that I can be anything I wanted to be when I grow up, and I don't have to be super strong or super smart in order to be happy. They always told me nothing and nobody knows what's good for Nomi except Nomi, and I don't really think that's true. They stop and turn to you, looking serious for a moment. Sometimes it kind of does feel like, well, Nomi squints up into the sky. Sometimes I wonder if I'm only good at something because I have some kind of secret advantage I don't know about. Or sometimes I think the opposite, like, if I'm not very good at something, I'll feel angry because maybe I could have been good at it. It was really bad on the Helium because everyone is really good at something, usually things like marching and shooting stuff. I thought maybe it'd feel different here, where there are people with all kinds of skills, but they say, no matter what I try, someone is already way ahead better. So I just feel like I suck at everything. Okay, I mean, much as we like Nomi, we're not going to flirt necessarily. Hey, everyone sucks at first. It's the first step to being kind of good at something, Nomi says brightly. That's from a show I used to watch, and I guess I don't suck at everything. This check opposed with an imaginary laser pistol. I'm really good at laser table. Pew pew. Okay. Um, do we have more eggs? We have a lot of eggs. Oh. Egg Nim, have an egg. You're a hero, Nim said, and I'm starving. I'm gonna get to the kitchen and cook this up right away. Okay, well, at least she's not eating it raw, so there is that. Oh yeah, Dees. Have I gifted you? I have not. Have some more roots. Dees is relaxing in the back of the expedition vehicles, absorbed in a hollow novel. You clear your throat, and he jumps but gives you an awkward but genuine smile. Hey, he says, pulling his legs out of the way so you can climb in beside him. It's getting harder to find places to be alone here, don't you think? I'd kill to be out exploring, but Utopia's insisted we have a rest day. He rolls his eyes. Dees closes his hollow novel and sighs. It's just so crowded here, and it's so boring. I'd rather be out there with Sim, learning about the planet. Dees continues, looking wistful. He folds his hands over his heart. He's so interesting. I could talk to him forever, like we really connect. Have you got much out of him? Yeah, Dees exclaims, sitting up straighter. Well, I mean, sort of. He still says there's stuff I'm not supposed to know yet, but I figured out a lot of my own. The biggest thing is that the planet is basically all connected, like a fungal network that's so old and complex that it's practically like a computer, he says, talking fast and excited. And not just the mushrooms, the trees, the animals, even the rocks in the water. He didn't want me to know that one, he confides to you, but I guessed it. Remember how your dad got sick every year from the pollen? And it was actually fungal spores? Well, I started thinking from there. And yeah, it's like every year the planet refreshes its communication network with fresh spores. It's so cool. I mean, we did kind of know that, but let's let Dees have this one. Well, how about the fact that Sim is really old, like really, really old? Like probably thousands of years old? Sometimes he talks about stuff from ancient history like he was really there, because he totally was. Dees laughs a little. But he still acts like a kid sometimes, like he loves holidays, candy, and playing tricks. Yeah, that we knew. Oh, right. He says you helped him get the access to the Holovid archive. Good job, by the way. Oh, and I've seen other gardeners, Steve says quietly. They don't like Sim at all. They look like, well, they look scary. I saw one too. You've met Noctilucent too? He runs his hand through his hair, twisting the ends around his fingers. They're so different than Sim. Okay, one more. As D says, his face going pink. The gardeners don't have clothes. Sim was naked when I met him. I had to bring him clothes from the colony. Are you blushing? No, D stammers, his face going even more red. It was just really embarrassing. He was naked. I didn't know where to look. What about you? Has he told you? Well? D is listening intently. Sim's hair seems alive. Well, duh. Anyone who sees him knows that. It moves, right? I thought I was imagining it, but it's kind of like how plants move to face the sunlight. Well, that's all I got. I wish we could tell people about Sim. I feel like if people knew him like we do, they'd realize that what we're doing here is wrong, but I'm scared that if I tell someone, Sim will never talk to me again. He says we're not ready. Yeah, he's probably right there. I know. I just don't want to mess up whatever plan they have. I just want to help, though? Yeah, I know. Dees nods and turns away, done with this conversation. Okay, so let's keep pushing our reasoning, and then see if we can go just full max out the blue bars. I don't know if we like max out each and every one of those stats is going to matter, but it'll be nice to look at the very least. Okay, Nomi Nomi needs help studying for their physics class. They have this idea that they want to be an engineer when they grow up because they like robots and holograms, but they're having trouble actually learning any engineering. Nomi pulls up a practice test on their holopalm. The Earth textbooks are full of this kind of dull, rote learning, useful for only finding gaps in your knowledge. For Nomino, that gap seems to be everything. Oh, I'm hopeless at this, they exclaim, tugging on the ends of their asymmetrical haircut. There are just so many numbers and formulas. I didn't know there was going to be so much math and engineering. Oh boy. And I have to figure out what I'm going to do for my project. I want to go to Chatbot, but next week, how do I get there from here? So we can get another. Okay, fine, more cards. Let's take a look at this test. Only 20% correct. Oh no. Some of their answers are embarrassingly super wrong, too. Nomi's final project is due next week, and you have to crunch a whole course load of info into their head and leave them enough time to write their bot. Can we do it? Our reasoning is 50 or greater, so apparently we can. Nomi Nomi doesn't have a head for numbers, but they can take anything and turn it into a story. So you just have to apply that to the study of engineering. You encourage them to think about it a different way. Yes, there's lots of rote memorization at first, but once you understand the basics, engineering is all about creative thinking. You teach Nomi how these practice tests are built like a story. There are clues in the questions that can help you solve them. Reading ahead can give you hints as to the answers of the earlier questions. With that and a few mnemonics, Nomi starts getting better results on their practice tests. So apparently that gets us money and more friendship. Thanks for helping. Let's be honest though, I'm doing okay on these practice tests, but being able to pass one standardized test doesn't mean I'll be a good engineer. Your protest of this toolbox of skills will help them with any engineering problem, but they just shrug and smile. I'm gonna try some other things, they say. Maybe there's something I'm naturally good at. Aw, no me. Don't give up on yourself. Okay, so turns blue. Handy. This is a blue challenge. So we could put one of those red in there, or we could do that. That there, that there, that there, and I guess that there. Um, let's see, that's a 4, that's a 4. Okay, let's just experiment. If we swap that out, that's a 76. I put that there, 75. Okay, autoplay fairy, beat 76. 77. Okay, okay, fine, fine. We're not gonna stress. We're just gonna go. There, so up to 55 empathy and 91 reasoning. So we're getting there. We're getting close. Okay, and pollen 3, that means it's Tammy's birthday. And she gets, yeah, she likes yellow flowers. So she's 85. Yeah, we've already gifted Cal this season, so we're going to have to wait a little bit there. Oh, little crystal cluster. We'll definitely grab that. Go away, Vase. No one likes you. Okay. Oh, shoot. Our blue buff went away, so that's. Oh, well, I was gonna say it's unfortunate, but I'm not sure what else there is for us to do. We have 15 points left on toughness, 9 on reasoning. We can keep grinding toward creativity with, I guess, robots, or no, we're getting empathy from. Yeah, we're getting empathy from tutoring. I guess that's the play. Hang on, I'm gonna drop a save here because the next one is the Dust one and Vertimnalia. I'm gonna drop a save there on the off chance I have forgotten something and I've somehow neglected to get some votes. Okay, so once again, with the tutoring, more reasoning, a little bit more empathy. Okay. Wow, Nem has 4 younger siblings: Cumulus, Cirrus, Stratus, and Nimbus. Oh, those are some names. Okay. Let's see. What do we want to turn blue? What we could turn that blue, and then we can do. Hang on, no, we can do that. And that. Maybe that. That takes it to nice, but say we drop a log on that. Okay, still not the highest. How about that? There we go. Okay, autoplay fairy. What am I not seeing? That, apparently. I just... Okay, for any future playthroughs, we need to get Reasoning 66 on the quick. Because apparently this game is better than I am at playing itself. Okay, only 3 reasoning to go. Okay, it is dust, which means Vertimnalia is right around the corner, and so is the revolution. But since it's a new season, we can also... Oh, hey. What? Wait, hurting? I don't want to hurt a friend. No, we're not doing that. But here, have an egg for your troubles. Wait, Nem, how do you keep forgetting your birthday? I mean, seriously. You know what? We're just gonna go around and give everyone something. We're we're so close to the end of the game, we might as well. Except for Vase. Vase can just go away. And of course, more hugs as well. Now we have another event. Oh shoot, Rex is already up to 90. Rex is hanging out with Nomi in a secluded area of the colony, but as you approach, you can tell from the first aid kit and Nomi's tense posture this isn't a casual visit. Please stop fussing, Rex. Nomi pounced, dabbing some ointment under Rex's eye. You have a cut right there. It's just a scratch, Rex protests. He sees you coming over and brightens, sitting up straighter, and knocking Nomi's hands out of the way. Hey, he's here, he says over loud, and Nomi scrabbles for the first aid kit before realizing it's too late, and you've seen it anyway. They glance baleful at you, but Rex is all smiles. If it weren't for the purpling bruise under his eye and the cuts across his cheekbone and lip, you'd think things were normal. So, what happened? Oh, nothing, don't worry about it, Rex says, waving a hand. I wasn't watching where I was going and I ran into one of the unfinished walls around here. Yeah, someone popped him. Yeah, 17 times, Nomi mumbles, valiantly trying again to tend to Rex's face. You should tell him the truth. Maybe he can do something about it. Okay, what's really going on, Rex? Oh, it's nothing. Nothing I get used to anyway. It just happens sometimes. People get in their heads that they want to stay on Vase's good side, and the easiest way to do that is to beat on someone he doesn't like. Rex shrugs one shoulder, indifferent. It's fine. They'll remember what I'm good at and come sneaking back eventually. It's getting worse, though, Nomi adds softly. I thought it was tough when we joined the colony, but they're even bigger meanies now. Rex smiles encouragingly at Nomi. Vase is just mad that you and I have real friends here. He hates that he and his bullies aren't the only big damn heroes in town anymore, and that he can't control what people think about us. It makes him feel small, and he hates that. What is the deal with him anyway? Rex sighs, his shoulders slumping. I don't even want to bring it up, because I'd rather think about the future and not the past, but when we were younger, Vase was just a normal kid like me. We were both kind of runts to the litter, but he had a chip on his shoulder about it and always tried to boss people around like he was actually top dog. I tried to be nice to everyone because, there's the pup in me. I just want to play and be friends. And Vase did not want to be friends with me, Rex says. He kind of hated me because people liked me more. Nomi takes Rex's hand, then he shoots him a little smile before continuing. And one day, I was just hanging out with my friends when Vase walks right up to me and starts picking a fight, right? Like calling me names and telling me I was just faking it to make people like me. My friends wanted to beat him for it, but I told him to stop, and then I walked right up to him, hands out like, hey, we can still be friends. That piece of shit just straight up broke my arm. We weren't even fighting. He just got me on the ground and snap, broke it right there. Rex shows you the scar on their arm, where the bone must have broken the skin. He was dead set on proving a point, I guess. That's why everyone lets that Vase boss them around, Nomi asks. They know what he does when he gets angry. Everyone acts like a bunch of heroes, but they're just cowards who'd rather let Vase keep picking on Rex instead of standing up to him, pissing him off. Yeah, he's not like this with everyone, Rex continues. He is nice to people he likes. That's how everyone wants to be his friend. Hot air rises to the top. Why did he get in trouble? Rex laughs. He managed to convince people that we jumped to him. Like we were going to haze him or something. That's what he told the adults anyway, so that became the official story. Honestly, I just feel bad for Nomi, Rex says. If it wasn't for me, people probably wouldn't leave them alone. It's not fair that they get crap for being friends with me. Nomi throws her arms around Rex, who grimaces in pain. I'd rather be friends with one good Rex than with 100 of Face's bully cronies. Rex relaxes into their arms and hubs happily. So people should know the truth. I'm going to destroy Face. Or, it's better to keep the past by. Well, I mean, I would love to destroy Face, but that's not. Rex probably wouldn't want that. Yeah, people should know the truth, though. Oh, it's too late for that. People don't like changing their minds, not when they might get beat for it. Besides, I'm a colony kid now. I can be anything I want, do anything I want, talk to anyone I want, and basically just die mad about it. Despite his bravado, Rex sighs and scratches the back of his head. I do kind of regret what happened, though. Like, it sucks that Vase got to the point where he thought the only way he could get respect was being a bully. I mean, he's a douche and a half, but... Nomi thumps Rex on the shoulder. You don't have to defend him, they chastise. I'm not defending him, Rex says, spreading his hands wide. I just think sometimes, like, if I could have seen he was hurting and been a better friend, I could have changed his whole life. Think about how different things would have been growing up with Helio if he wasn't the friend who got away. Rex musters a smile. That's why I try not to let it get to me. It doesn't matter what Vase does to me. You can't hurt someone who chooses not to feel pain. He's going to get his fool-ass killed someday, and I'm going to be right here. He reaches out and takes your hand, and Nomi takes yours others, so the three of you are linked. And I have everything I need. Aww. I'm still going to give you a log, though. Okay, so we made that circuit. Actually, no, here, Cal, I'm going to give you some cake. Yeah, Cal super duper likes cake. See, and then Deese is probably hanging out back out here. And he is. And lastly, but certainly not leastly, future Governor Marzipan. Okay, so, let's see, Cal 95, Deese 85, Tim 87, Mars 75, Rex 92. Nomi, well, poor Nomi. Okay. Well, I guess let's do that last round of reasoning, and then the revolution comes. cards with gems are wild, which is lovely because we have one. That was going to be blue anyway, so it didn't really matter, though, did it? And it does not matter the slightest because we're going to max reasoning regardless. So, autoplay fairy, you can sit this one out. I got this. And we have achievement unlocked. Ding, 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 ding. Which I guess we get for filling out all those. Okay, so we get +1 to mental increases. Oh, oh joy. If only all the mental stats weren't all already full. So I guess for future reference, if we do want to do min-maxing, we need to get persuasion, reasoning, and combat maxed out ASAP. Here we go, friends. Governor Lum enters the colony square to his customary bombastic fanfare. Brass band, red carpet, banners with the Heliopause logo snapping in the hot dust breeze. It's a bit much. The governor gets his usual tithe of applause from the die-hard soldiers, but it's obvious how tired and fearful everyone has become in service to his war. You catch Mars's eye, and she nods in solidarity. You've planned this for so long, and now is your chance to strike, while everyone is watching. If you can get the entire council to speak out against Lum today, maybe the rest of the colony is ready for a change. Anyone is better than Lum, even a teenager. The governor raises his hands for silence, though it's largely unnecessary. Pioneers of Vertumna, he begins. We stand here today not shivering and quaking in fear, but with our hands around the neck, he makes a ringing gesture, of the planet herself. Before he can continue, Mars leaps from her seat and runs to the front of the stage. A ripple of fear goes through the crowd. You all remember what happened to Utopia last year. It doesn't have to be like this, she cries, speaking to the crowd. We don't have to listen to him. He's just a boy with a gun, like the ones we left behind on Earth. Yeah! Join Mars. You put yourself between her and Lum's honor guard. She flashes you a giddy, grateful smile and turns back to the crowd. She points to the governor. This man has made you think that the only way to survive is through violence. He's just a soldier, and not even a good one. Violence only makes small, weak men feel powerful. She turns to the council. He's not powerful. We're powerful. We broke free of Earth. We broke free of war and bigotry and inequality, and we can break free of him too. Please, she urges, stand with me, reject Lum, and bring in the new era, a colony led by someone born among the stars. Damn, Mars has got this politician thing down pat. You know, she holds her hand to her chest. Me, I can lead this colony. I mean, I'm pretty sure I can too. But you know, everyone's voting for Mars. We're gonna back Mars. Another council vote? Who's left? I mean, unless we're on the council, in which case, awesome. The buzz of the crowd is deafening, like a swarm of bugs all chirping together. Some of the council members are nodding, but it isn't unanimous. This is bullshit, Lum laughs. Two children saying they can leave the colony? What's their first order for business? Taco Tuesday? Soy sweets for dinner? He waves his hand dismissively. Have your stupid vote, he sneers. We'll let the council decide. Out of the corner of your eye, you can see his guards with their weapons lowered, just waiting. Some of them look as interested in the change in leadership as you are. If you have the council behind you, even Lum's supporters in the military could fall in line. You might just win. Alright, let the council vote. The council stands to deliberate amongst themselves, and one other person too. Unicott. The former governor is unsteady on her feet. She looks at you and Mars, then nods. You see her exchanging words with the council. Damn, that's another vote. The council deliberates. You and Mars clasp hands and tensely await their decision. Tensely await their decision. I don't know why that strikes me as so funny, but it is. The council shuffles off to the side and deliberates. To your relief, they come to a decision quickly. They must all be unanimous, or the centrist of the colony won't rise against Lum. After a minute, Instance looks up at the group and shouts, Someone get that man off that stage! Lum starts to laugh, but stops when he realizes that his own honor guard is coming up to the stage to cart him away. Wait, he says, as his arms are held behind his back and he's taken off stage. You can't do this! I'm the governor! I'm the leader of this godforsaken colony! He searches the crowd for any hint of dissent. The soldiers are uneasy, but everyone just looks tired and relieved. You can't believe that all it took was a few kids to point out the obvious. The council remains true to their positions, and insists remains standing. We've decided to reward these young patriots for their bravery by accepting their bid for leadership, she says to the crowd, on a trial basis. She gives you a meaningful look. We're pleased to recognize our new governor. Instant turns to Mars. Marzipan. Mars shrieks and jumps up and down, then gives you a big hug. And the achievement unlocked is a coup. We did it! She squeals. We really did it! Thank you! Mars whizzes you and waves at the crowd as they cheer her name. She looks overwhelmed, but bursting with happiness. Zeke shuffles forward and directs Mars to place her hand on her chest and repeat after them. Mars swears on her honor to act in the best interests of the colony and uphold the tenets of the Vertumna Group, peace, understanding, and harmony with the planet and each other, not just for herself, but for generations to come after her. It's official now. Lum is old news. You won! The two factions of the colony regard each other carefully. On one side, those who went along with Lum out of fear, either of him or of Vertumna, are cautious, unsure of what to do now that their leader's been deposed. On the other, the peaceful faction can't quite believe their nightmare is over. Mars sees this and directs Lum's military band to start playing something festive. I know we've been through a lot, but we've been through worse, she says. Tonight, let's just enjoy being together again. Let's eat and dance and celebrate. After the politicking is over, the crowd adjourns to the feast tables and, eventually, the dance floor. The sun's set on the long day, the heat breaks, and the party continues well into the night. After the festivities, Mars gives everyone 2 whole weeks off for much-needed rest. She spent the time meeting with every colonist individually, and it does a lot to endear to the people who are still hesitant about having a teenager as governor. Nice, although I should have had more stress then if I knew that was going to happen. Thank you, Fishman. That is a job done. At least for the revolution. Now we're at our normal stopping time, but we only have a few short seasons left. So you know what? We're gonna push through and we're gonna finish this game tonight. Now, how we're gonna do that? Well, I mean, we know how we're gonna do that. We're just gonna, keep on the same way we've been keeping on previously. I guess the question is how. What do we want to focus on? Well, we could get more empathy. Or we can try to round out toughness. Because how would we do it? Let's check. Remind myself, are there any of these that do toughness? Perception animals, perception biology, perception engineering, animals and combat. No. Although, it might also be a good idea to oh yeah, if there's any more sim events, maybe we want to do those real quick. Actually, that doesn't sound like a bad idea. Yeah, let's go survey the plains. Oh, why is Nomi here? Oh, Nomi's on their first day as a surveyor. Ah, you know each other already, Utopia says. Look at you and Nomi. That'll make this easier. I'd like you to keep an eye on Nomi while you're out there. I'm going to assign you the same regions for the next little while. Just make sure they don't walk her into a nest of snap ladders, okay? I guess, hooray? Yay! Nomi cheers, gives you a high five. Okay, as I explained, so go. Nomi is losing. Nomi is not paying attention as per usual. Okay, so I'm gonna do this real quick, and we're gonna look for loot, and we're gonna look for Sim. And I guess Nomi as well. We don't want anything bad to happen to Nomi, so I guess we should bail them out too. Oh, hey, there's Sim. Hooray! You think you see Sim running through trees up ahead, near the edge of a cliff. You call out to him, but your voice is drowned out by a screeching roar that shakes the forest. A manticore! You're feeling a remarkable laugh of self-preservation today, so you holster your scanner and follow the noise through the trees. To find Sim fending off not one, but 3 manticores at the edge of the cliff, his back to the fatal drop behind. He's bleeding profusely from his hairline, and his left arm hangs useless at his side. He doesn't even register your presence as he tries to calm the beast with soothing sounds. One of the manticores knocks Sim off his feet, and your heart lurches as a spray of stones clatter down the cliff. The beast had them completely at their mercy. Uh-oh. The lead manticore's delicate feet pin Sim's tattered clothing to the ground, spittle drooling from his misshapen jaws. And you watch Sim's expression twist with an emotion you've never seen in him before. Fear. Oh, shit. Yeah, we need to do something about this. And that becomes a 4, which is highly not useful, I gotta say. Okay, no, that doesn't work. That didn't work either. Okay. No, fine. We'll work with it. It's fine. It's fine. Everything's fine. +2 to all. Let's see. Can we do that now, maybe? Okay, that suddenly turned into 42 points. That is much better, gotta say. We need 28, which we can do pretty easily, I think. And that's actually a buff. There we go. And not real fussed because it's combat, and we've already maxed combat, so we'll just go. Somehow, using all your strength and then more, you defeat the lead manticore. The 2 smaller ones scatter, hissing their displeasure and biting at each other. With the death of their alpha, negotiating their new pack dynamics should distract them for a while. Are you okay? Sim waves you off with the arm that doesn't hang limp by his side. I'm fine, he gasps. I feel pain, but it does not control my behavior as much as it seems to in humans. Sim is barely standing upright after that battle. Truly, he wasn't much help this time, and it seems as though, despite your best efforts, his strength is fading fast. He stumbles into you, knocking you both to the ground. He lands on top of you, your legs intertwined, and his weight pressing you to the dirt. Oh, he gasps. You can feel every inch of his long body against yours, stirred to quickening by the adrenaline of the fight. My hero, he murmurs. His eyes falls to your lips. Well, I mean, you know what, screw it. We're just going all in. Okay, so now we're making out with an alien, which, okay. Yeah. It's. I mean, we're happy to play around a little bit, but okay, nope. So I guess that there was one more Manticore left around after all. Uh-oh. You don't even have a chance to be here. The Manticore takes Sim's neck in his jaws and he screams in pain. Um, that's bad. Sim locks eyes with you once more as time slows to a crawl, then speeds up as he grabs hold of the Manticore and launches himself backwards off the cliff. They're gone before you can scream. You rush to the edge, too late to catch even his trailing tattered coat. It's a long way down, and the wind buffets your face viciously. You try to blink away the image of their bodies falling through the air, now seared into your memory. You turn away from the smudge at the bottom of the cliff, but you still see it. You sit down, stunned, and stay that way for a long time. How could he be gone just like that? Dead. Suddenly, we're in morning. All skill increases reduced by 1 for 3 months, and some jobs and actions can't be performed. Well, that's all kinds of bad. There won't be any funeral for him, the alien who would be human. It's not that he can bring his remains home to be properly recycled. It's a small comfort that at least out here, it won't be long until nature takes its course. Sim would have probably have wanted that, you think. Let's just go home. Well, that took an unfortunate turn. Okay, well, Dust 3. Cal's birthday, so I guess we're going to do that. Have some cake, bud. Oh, and now we're at max friendship with Cal. Hooray. Yeah, Fishman, that was not a twist I saw coming. You've been invited to Cal's house for, as he puts it, a real grown-up party. When you arrive, Auntie Tira gives you a warm hug and shows you inside, to where Cal set up the living area with little twinkling lights and lots of blankets. You sit down on the table across from Cal, and Tira pours you both a glass of mushroom wine. She leaves the open bottle on the table. You kids can finish off this bottle if you like. It's a good vintage, one of your dad's first brews. A little on the strong side, she winks. I'll be out late, she says, kissing the top of Cal's head. Holler at me if you need anything, but don't you two wait up for me, okay? Wow, Auntie Tira's cool. Cal smiles at you as you tuck in a dinner. Oh, I'm glad you could come, he says. This isn't really Tammy's scene, and Rex has like zero chill, you know? Besides, you're one of my best friends in the whole colony. I can't think of anyone else I'd rather be with. Cal puts his fork down and looks at you earnestly. I'm really glad you're my friend. I'm so proud of everything you've done. Sometimes I think I really love you as a person, you know? He looks down, suddenly shy. Sorry, I know that's a lot. I'm just really grateful for you. Okay, so his card is now just a flat 10. You and Cal share a wonderful dinner and polish off the bottle of wine. Afterwards, you settle into a big pile of blankets to lie back and look at the stars through the big skylight in his living room. And so that's why I think we should domesticate more Unisaur. It just makes sense. Cal finishes, and you laugh. He's right. Who doesn't want to ride a unicorn? You deserve a unicorn. You've been laughing a lot. Everything is just so funny and also so pretty. The stars look like they're swimming in a big dark ocean, and the little twinkly lights Cal put up look like stars you can touch. You reach out to grab one, and come up hilariously short as Cal giggles at you. Cal is warm and cozy against your side, and the blankets are so soft. Everything is wonderful. You talk the rest of that night away, sharing your thoughts about everything and nothing. It's so nice to share this simple intimacy with a good friend. Eventually, you're both yawning too much to continue talking. Cal pulls a blanket over you, cocooning you in comfort and warmth. Oh, I'm so glad we're friends, he mumbles. He sounds sleepy, and you realize your eyes are getting heavy as well. As you tip backwards into sleep, all you feel is love. You both sleep deeply. Morning arrives unceremoniously, pouring through the skylight directly into your face. You grumble as you turn your head away, burrowing into something that's soft and smells sleepy sweet. Oh, it's Cal, and your face is smushed into the soft skin of his armpit. Lovely. Okay, let's just pretend that never happened. Waking up someone's armpit, that is something to be avoided. Okay. Oh, and Mars. Oh, right. You get a summons report to command to Mars's new office. Well, at least yeah. At least they don't sweat. And somehow, although it inclined it gave the hint, some kind of hint that maybe it had a hint of sweat. I don't know. We're not going to think about it. We're just going to move on. You find her reclining in the captain's seat, formerly Governor Lum's chair, idly flipping through notes on her holopalm. Mars waves away the holo screen and leans back to consider you. Just the rebel I wanted to see. But first, you're not going to lead the mutiny against me now, are you? Of course not. Wink. She stands to press kisses to each of your cheeks. That's exactly what I would say in your position. She turns and looks out the windows overlooking the colony. Actually, I invited you. I called you here because I haven't had a moment to myself since Virgin Malia. We knew Lum was a real piece of work, but every day I seem to uncover yet another problem I was just letting fester. And then apartment heads, she huffs. Half of them treat me like an interim governor, good enough to oust Lum, but not good enough to stick around and do the actual work of governing this colony. They'll come around. You're right, of course. I just wish I knew who I could trust. They're so stuck in their old survival mindset. Just survive until the food runs out, or until the animals finally destroy the colony. Just survive until we can vote out Mars. I don't want my time as governor to be just about survival. She gestures you to come look at the windows at the bustled colony below. I just wanted to thank you for everything you did to get me here, she says, seriously. Far below, you watch your team gearing up to head out on an expedition. There's a construction happening on the next phase of residential units. A group of toddlers, the first children born on Vertumna, cross the colony square like a herd of Popeye. Everywhere you see the bustle of a thriving, healthy colony. It's all mine now, she says. Instead of sounding boastful, she sounds almost scared of the prospect. She takes your hand without turning to look at you, her eyes still trained on her kingdom. Can I trust you to help me? She asks. I need people around me who I believe in me, but will still tell me if I'm making the wrong choice. Don't worry, I will totally roast you if you give me the opportunity. She squeezes your hand. Thank you. I'm glad I have you. You and Mars watch the colony a little while longer until Mars's holopalm buzzes and she sighs. Well, duty calls. Thanks again for all your help, she adds. You'll always have a friend in high places. So, now Mars is fully up. Oh, friends in high places, +2 for every other yellow card. Okay. So is that... No, Mars isn't even close to 100 friendship. Another event? Okay, now that Mars is governor, maybe you have a chance to stop the Earth fleet. Then again, maybe now that she's in charge, she's just accepted they're coming and is going to focus on consolidating power while she can. No. Ask her about the ships. Mars nods. I know, she says, looking at Lum with a poisonous glare. She kept him around as her social media coordinator, but she probably just wanted to keep him close. I haven't decided what to do about it yet, but I think it's time to make a scene about it. She stalks over to Lum and knocks his holopad out of his hands. Hey, so when were you going to tell me about your secret messages back to Earth? Lum looks like he's going to play dumb, but Mars presses. You know, the ones where you invited 1,000 colony ships to come take over Vertumna? So the bridge has gone completely silent. The Seek's hands are frozen over their holopad, mid-message. I mean... No, let's not tell Mars to calm down. The silent bridge explodes in furious chatter and crosstalk as Mars' words sink in. Mars calls for calm and shares what you know, that Lum invited 1,000 ships from Earth to come take over colonization efforts on Vertumna, and that they would be here in 20 years, and if the colony isn't stable by then, they'll kill everything on the planet and start over. The mood is somber. Mars sighs and sits down in the governor's chair, resting her head in her hands. I know we were here first, she says, but I don't know what we can do to stand up to them. Here we go. Let's use our persuasiveness. Can we call them off? Wow, that is an absolutely... That is bad. Or is it? Because whatever becomes blue becomes wild. Aha! I don't love that it's a 1, but as long as we put blue cards to the left, we can put whatever we want to the right. Say, for example... Wait, no, let's do this, because so this returns to hand after played in multi-round challenges. So if we play that, we'll actually get it back. So you might as well just play that again. And that, and I guess... Let's see. That's 39. 40. Also 40. Oh yeah, and then we can just turn whatever card we want blue because we have a whole mess of bobber fruit. Okay, so plus, let's see, we get all of our gems out here. Oh, we might not necessarily want to play that one because they're just going to turn blue. Yeah, that'll do. That'll do nicely, in fact. Okay. If I can be of assistance, Seek starts, and then all eyes and commands so well to them. I was present when the colony's long-range scanners first discovered Rotumna and determined that it could support human life. Scanning through the wormhole is difficult, they continue, slyly. A ship traveling from Earth must rely on sensor data alone. If that sensor data were to be modified... You enlist congruence's help in finding a way to spoof Rotumna's readings, making it look as if the planet's core ruptured from a massive earthquake, then superheated and exploded. It's like a big theatrical stage play told through spectrogram temperature readouts. From now on, any scans coming through the wormhole will show nothing but empty space. To drive it home, Lum sends one last message to Earth before all scans go dark. "It's all on fire!" he screams in the recording. "Abort mission! Abort mission! Save yourselves!" Perfect performance. At least you can always count on Lum for a good show. Well, at least that knucklehead's good for something. Also, can I give you any gifts? I cannot. And see, Tammy, we got her birthday gift. Nomi, no. Tong, anything new with you? Nope. Okay. Nem? Nope. Screw that guy. And Dees. Oh, right. Yeah. Says what? Dees doesn't believe me, tell him. But I just saw him. You're lying. He can't be dead. He refuses to listen and just keeps repeating that you must be wrong. Okay. Well, that's unfortunate. Okay, so yeah, again, so we're back to our previous question. What are we going to do? Okay, well we know another glow is coming up, which means another attack. So maybe try toughness? Or can we even do that while mourning? Okay, apparently we can. Because we need another 6 points for the first breakpoint in creativity. We need 7 for empathy. We need 15 for max toughness. Okay. Yeah, let's just shovel dirt and then, like, let's just console ourselves that way. Okay, and autoplay fairy wants a 62. I'm getting the sense that the autoplay fairy will give you a slightly better hand, but not the best possible hand. Okay. Okay, 7 toughness. We're up to 92. Okay, wet. That means new season. Which means gifties for everyone. Except Dees, apparently. Okay. Where you normally find Rex and Nomi playing together, you only find Rex. You ask where Nomi is? Sorry, I don't know. They mentioned they were kind of under the weather. They're probably leveling their Legends of Avamar character. You can try messaging them in the Hall Palm. You thank Rex and go back to your room. You get comfortable on your bed, load up Nomi's private Legends of Avamar server. Back on Earth, there would have been thousands of people playing this game, but now it's just a brave few nerds. Just as said, Rex said, Nomi's logged onto one of their characters and they send you a message. Hey, sorry if you were looking for me, I feel super crummy. I'm gonna spend some time in Avamar. I live like an alt right now. If you make a new character, I can help you with the first group quests. So we can go Warrior, Wizard, or Rogue. We'll play Rogue. You log into the game with your new character after spending a few minutes having a minor existential crisis over their name. You eventually give up and name them after yourself. Nomi's waiting for their new character, Midreus, an elven archer with long red hair, jumps you in your direction. Your character's so cute. Yours is too, but let's just play. Well, that's some nice artwork. You do the first few quests with Nomi. Their character is a little more powerful than yours, so there's lots of time to chat. Nomi keeps up a running banter about your adventures, typing as if they're speaking for their character. Fear my bow, meddlesome creatures! The forest will not miss your presence! It's hard not to notice how much more serious and well-spoken Nomi seems when they're writing in character instead of speaking. You didn't know they had it in them. Do you play along? Forsooth, I do! You type back, Thou shalt not see thy death approach us from the shadows! Nomi sends you a string of hearts. You play for a bit until you have to stop to sell your loot at the vendor, marveling at the accessories you'll be able to buy when you have some more gold. Nomi opens a trade window with you and plugs a necklace into it. It's one of the expensive ones, and a huge increase in stats. Galactic. I thought it would look good on you? Okay, alright, fine. Well, we're about midway friendship with Nomi. Sure, why not? I shall wear it into battle and think of you, my star, Nomi replies with a heart. You and Nomi battle your way through a Knoll encampment and stand face to face with the big bad Graz mage pelt. Nomi raises their bow. Heroes, we are called to battle! Well, okay. Wow, that is a battle, by God. There we go. Fortunately, we are stacked with red cards, so this should be fine. Okay, we were stacked with red cards. This is now, I guess, slightly less fine. Okay, well, no, there's no need to be fancy. Let's just do this and move on. There. Auto Fairy can take some time off. You stand victorious over Grav's mage belt. When you click out the loot window, you have a message waiting for Nobi. Our bond is greater than any evil that may befall this land. The power of true love conquers all. Nobi sends you a kissing emoji, then a string of question marks. Yes, it's perfect for our characters. Yeah, I'm gonna have you get it. Oh, Lamau. You wait a few minutes while Nomi composes their message. Finally, they sent you. Madreus, Tree Whisper turns and embraces in their strong arms. My love, they say, by your side, I would hazard any foe. Nothing frightens me more than the prospect of a life without you. The fiery-haired archer bends to press their lips to seal their lovely kiss. Yeah, I guess that was really fun. Okay, didn't like anyone like that. All of a sudden, everyone cares about who's doing smutty stuff and something. It's like, yeah. Okay, so maybe Nomi is demisexual. And yes, Rex is very Rex. Yeah, I mean, I like Nomi just fine, but yeah, they can be a bit much, but they are long on enthusiasm. I'll definitely give them that. More hugs incoming, because of course. Hug and more logs incoming, because of course. Where's the okay, 96 friendship with Rex? Okay, we could max that out if we were so inclined. And see, we're already maxed with tangent. Where did Nem go? Nem, please get away from that creep. Okay. So, let's see. Wet. Yeah, it's, yeah, we just got a little bit more to go. Oh, right. There is also um, there's also the small matter of how are, we've been told multiple times to go out during glow. We have to remember to do that. Creativity, persuasion, no. It's, we go more toughness, creativity, or we can get more empathy. Where does Where are we going to get empathy, I wonder? And, hey, Juniper Mint with the raid. Welcome in, Junie. Thank you so much. Lydia Siren, hello. Welcome. Let me do the good and proper here. Juniper score Mint. Yeah, yes, there we go. Yes, folks, everyone go follow Junie. Another fantastic streamer. She is, oh, and, Daisy. Oh, Lenius. Oh, Lenius. Thank you so much for the follow as well. Yeah, folks, everyone, go follow Junie. She is a rad streamer. Plays lots of great story-based games. I think she's doing Steins Gate. I think she's also doing uh, Citizen Sleeper. I think. Or yeah, what were you playing? What were you playing, Junie? Were you doing more Citizen Sleeper? I was. I think that your weekend game, or have I got those turned around? And Yomaru, also welcome in. Thank you for dropping by and chatting. Yeah, folks, we are ever so close to finishing this. Um, First of all, for those of you who don't know me, I am Trooper Barry. I'm a variety streamer. I play a lot of Long Dark, but I also play a lot of other indie games. And right now we're playing I Was a Teenage Exocolonist. It is a kind of life slim slash RPG where you are a kid growing up in Earth's first exocolony. Um, it covers age 10 to 20, and you go to class, do jobs, make friends, build relationships, and try to survive in a planet that really doesn't want humans here. Um, and as we found out these last couple streams, there's lots of intrigue to uncover. Matter of fact, we have just had a bloodless coup and overthrown the governor. So our friend Mars here, who is one of the kids we grew up with, is the new governor. And so yeah, so we're 19, and then the game ends when we turn 20, which is going to happen right there. So we got one, two, three, four more seasons, and then one of those seasons, basically the entire planet shuts down and tries to destroy our colony, which honestly, kind of rude. But yeah, so this is the colony. We got the engineering over there. We got the living quarters. We have command. We got the garrison down there with those two soldierly-looking types. And then we also have hydroponics, which is where we grow the food. And then that's our dad, and that's our mom. Oh, right. And then also we have, and this is the expeditions set where you can go out and then venture into different parts of where we're around the colony to meet all sorts of interesting alien flora and fauna. Oh, and these are our pets that we've adopted along the way. The purple one is Optimus Prime, and the pink one is Vriki Tiki Taffy, and then the Unisaur with the rainbow wings is, of course, Rainbow Dash. So yeah, we are just trying to figure out what we're going to do with the last few days here. Each of these little segments represents a month, but you just pick one activity and then you do it for that month. So what I was thinking, we could either max out our toughness, because there is a I fear there's going to be one more glow attack on the way. Or because like, the way this works here, you have all these stats over here, and then within each stat you have little breakpoints at 33, 66, and 100. And each time you hit one of those, you get a little perk here. So like in our biology, you hit the first one, it unlocks xenobotany and genoponics, which is it's good for plot reasons, but it also pays more money, and then more collectibles, and then if you max out biology, you can actually enhance your own DNA, which, whomst amongst us has not wanted to do that? And some of them are more useful than others, but I have yet to find one that isn't at least somewhat helpful. Let's see. You know what? Let's tend the animals. We can use a little boost to our empathy. The main thing is animals, but like a lot of the times, a job will have one main task, and then and also the secondary stat. And for us, the secondary stat will be the empathy. Our social abilities have kind of lagged behind in this particular playthrough. Hey, Ruak, welcome in. Yeah, we are doing okay, thanks. Also, let me give. Let's see. Can I do the fancy shout out? Let's see. Or is that on cooldown? Oh, there we go. Awesome. Yeah. So we have had to go. Oh, we're doing okay. And I just took the stroganoff out of the slow cooker before starting up here, and well, we just overthrew the governor. We put Mars in charge, and now we're just powering toward the finish because this is going to be the last year before the game ends. Stroganoff, yeah. It's, I've tweaked my usual recipe a little, and I got broccoli, got cauliflower, peas, and then I put in mushrooms. I use mushroom broth, and then just for a twist, rather than beef, I use a meat like one of those cultured meat. It's a brand called Quorn, Quorn, and that is actually made from. It's actually made. It's micro protein, meaning it's protein derived from mushrooms. That was it kind of fits the theme. Instead of you mean the tweaking, well, that's the kind of way. Usually the way I come up with recipes. I fiddle with little bits here and there. See what changes work and which ones work and which ones don't. Because I've been tweaking and finessing my curry recipe for almost 10 years now. Okay. Okay. One thing that happened before y'all got here, one of the NPCs who we had just grown fond of and may or may not have just made out with, they kind of died. But the thing is, they fell off a cliff, and we're following comic book rules here. No body, no confirmed death. So what I want to do, I want to head out and see if we can find this person, or this local, because they're an alien. They're alien to us, but they're native to this planet. But they have taken a strong interest in humans, shall we say? Okay, let's go. Okay, let's head out and see if we can find them, because we have a couple months. Oh, and the other nice thing is because our perception is maxed out, we can actually go thundering past all these events that would normally stop us, and we can just walk right by and then pick and choose what we want to interact with and when. Like we just run around and grab our loot. But the main thing is we're looking for our friend and former makeout partner. Yeah. Well, I mean, it's we've taken a couple. We took a couple months to mourn, and we did engage in some some stress mitigation, I guess you might call it. But yeah, that's yeah, we are handling it okay. Um, does it count as cheating if they're different species? Well, I mean, we are at least officially we are dating our girl Tangent, and she might not take it well if we were to end up with someone else. Okay, I am. I'm gonna do another circuit, but I don't see them. And if they're not here, well, Can you no, this is this is the Western resting ridge. So like we actually have to get here on gliders. I mean, it's a the only thing down there is a bunch of jagged crystals that would probably tear us to shreds were we to go down there. So no, this is we're up here and this is where we stay. All right. Well, this is suboptimal, I gotta say. But if they're not here, we still have one more month where we could go out and try to find them. Okay, that's where we started. They see a flower over there. We should probably go get that. Last thing I want is to leave loot uncollected, because that would just be gauche. But if we don't find them, we'll do the boss event, the one with that one with the exclamation point on it, and then we'll call it a month. Head home, and then I guess try a different spot. Oh, well, there's Utopia. Oh, so there is someone, but Utopia is not who we were looking for. What you want? Okay, Utopia sent a team of geologists to get a close look at the region's weird terrain. Come across them working, and Utopia beckons you over. Hey, come here. Everyone, he's been working this area for a while, and I'm sure he's got some plenty of information on what's out here. The geologist politely turned towards you and listened. Here's what we got so far, Utopia says, speaking directly to you. Judging from how the layers of sedimentation are broken up, this place used to be pretty flat before it must have been a ton of earthquake activity, ripping up the land and bringing up these huge ridges. We can date the quakes around the time a lot of these ruins were created. And we're looking, but we ain't seen anything built after them. Like that was it for the old convergent domain. These broken up layers are the same across the planet. Something sure happened about 20,000 years ago. Okay, so we can share findings of the crystals. Or before we forget money. The crystals soak up energy from the sun and transfer it underground. What if that energy was unleashed suddenly? Utopia watches bemused as the geologists crunch numbers. This would have been an enormous amount of energy. But if this entire region was one big solar battery, that kind of energy, the energy of 2 suns, could definitely cause earthquakes of that magnitude that could rip the land apart. Share the findings of the gardener's array. Engineering, which we've already done. That might be connected to these ruins. Maybe something went wrong with this array and it overloaded all the solar crystals. That little cataclysmic disaster is the sort of thing what might end a civilization. And we can help them work. Okay. So, maybe a little bit of story development, maybe not. Either way, again, not the individual we were looking for. Okay, so let's just go to that thumping sound and take care of that. Which apparently is the other way. Yeah, unfortunately, there's no way to zoom out when you're in this map, so you kind of have to remember, or just amble about until you find whatever it is you're looking for. Okay, there it is. Okay, let's just check. Okay, you're back in the wormhole observatory with Dees just to poke around. Who knows what you might find? Okay, you bravely try all the elevators. Some are broken. One gets stuck for an hour, and you think you're going to die in there. Then it chugs to life. Then you find the orrery, which is a beast to say. It's a beautiful room under one of the smaller pyramids. The light from your hollow palm glimmers off the crystals in rainbow colors, dotting the walls and ceiling in familiar constellations. There's one huge crystal plate embedded in the wall, engraved with deep glyphs. Convergent domain writing, you guess, and some kind of map? In the center is clearly a representation of the wormhole. Lines extend from the wormhole to other points on the map, and many more glyphs you can't read. The crystal is cut up into shards, like it can move around, but it's still in dark, and probably has been for thousands of years. You run your hands around the panel, looking for a way to turn it on. Your hands encounter a slot. You rummage in your bags for... Ah, yes! The device you picked up at the monitoring station with Dees. It's a perfect match. You slot the glowing pick device into the slot. The crystal panes on the wall come to life, the glyphs on them glowing. They start to move in an unnervingly organic way, like melting into water and sliding over the surface, rearranging themselves. It's not just writing. The very surface of the panel raises and lowers, like braille. The glyphs pulse and glow in the same swirly purple-pink as the glowing device, which you realize must be a power source, a convergent domain battery. It's like an orrery for the wormhole? Must be one of the best preserved bits of convergent domain technology you've found yet, and an excellent sample of the writing. You're starting to piece together the glyphs of the converger's language. You can recognize the symbols for vertumna, the wormhole, and converger in basic verbs like being and going, and one that seems to mean bending or twisting that is used all over the place. It starts to get easier. You think your brief connection to the array must have left some of the converger's language in your subconscious. It's all so much to take in, and it's getting late. Better bring all your recordings back and let Congruence and the rest of the archaeology team crunch away at it for a bit. They'll be thrilled. Okay, so no dice there. Yeah, we'll just go back. Okay, so this is gonna be the last day or the last chunk of this month. So we're gonna head out, and then I'll tell you what we'll do. We'll go to the last place we saw them. But first, let me just check. Okay, because we can give Dees a birthday present, and for some reason he and his sister really like these medicinal roots. We got one more friendship thing with Dees. He's about to head out on an expedition. He's carrying a full backpack with a second one at his feet full of surveying equipment. As you approach, you realize he's writing in a notebook. An actual notebook with paper and everything. Braced on his knee, with one foot on his equipment. Yeah, actual paper here, quite rare. He looks up as you approach and closes his notebook, slipping it into his jacket pocket over his heart. Oh hey, he says and tucks the pen behind his ear. Oh, are you coming too? That's cool. Maybe we'll be posted near each other. So, what were you writing? Just stuff, Dee says dismissively. I like writing on paper. It feels more real, you know? And it's more private than having everything on your hollow palm where people could find it. You beg him for more details. Dee huffs through his nose, but he looks amused. Just stuff, he repeats. How I'm feeling, what the weather's like, what people are doing around the colony. I like observing people. Sometimes I pretend I'm alien, and I'm studying how people act so I can blend in. Can I see? So we have the option to flirt with him, but we don't have that kind of relationship with Dees, so we're just gonna pass on that. Dees thinks about it for a second. Okay, he says, taking the notebook out of his pocket. He wraps the elastic that keeps it shut around a section of the back and hands it over. Just don't look at that back half. It's private. You flip through the first half. Like he said, it's mostly mundane notes about things going on in the colony, who's going where, what they're serving in the canteen, various snippets of gossip. There are several pages of sketches, what look like diagrams of the colony buildings on the walls. You're surprised. You didn't know Dees could draw. Could be dangerous, give it back, or go... No, let's not... We're not going to violate Dees's his privacy. We won't go for the secret section. We're not that jerky. We'll give it back, like I said. Yeah, see? I just like knowing stuff. I mean, there's probably more to it than that, but it's so late in the day, and so late in the game. And this is our girl Tangent. We can we have a 100 friendship with her, and we are officially dating. Unfortunately, she's always working so much that we have to hang out in her lab. Also, we have to give her birthday medicinal roots. Okay, let me just drop a quick save real quick. All right. One thing I should point out for those of you who haven't seen this game before. One things that set this apart is like what the game not only encourages save scumming, it actually rewards it. There's like part of the thing is the lore underneath like your life is that you're having dreams of like past lives, multiple timelines, and the game actually plays into that. So like if you have an event and you don't like the way it goes, you can reload a save. The game will remember what happened, but it won't punish you for it. It won't mock you for save scumming. Instead, you'll give a little note that says, it's like if you didn't have information you needed to make a decision the first time, it'll show you that, and it'll give you the option the second time around. And that can come in very handy, especially if you're trying to keep people who are important to you from dying. He says, studiously avoiding any spoilers. And the game makes that known to you real quick. Okay. Okay, so our friend wasn't there. This is the last place we saw them, so we're going to check. If they're not there, I think I'm going to go ahead and reload, and we're going to look, and we're going to check the other place. I don't. Why let me rephrase that. I don't. They might not be coming back. They might actually be dead. And if they are, then well, bother. We'll just. Well, I guess then we'll just have to remember that for the next time. Because the game also, the way I understand it, you can roll directly into another playthrough. So like, you will. Basically, you start a new timeline. But like, I think everything, all the decisions you made you will retain that knowledge. I mean, like, you as a player will retain that knowledge, but also you as a character will retain that knowledge. Yeah, it's kind of like New Game Plus, only like the difficulty doesn't go up. Your knowledge of the world and everything happening in it will go up. So there won't be so much fumbling about, okay, I see nothing, so we're gonna see where did that load? Did that load when we got here? It did. Okay. Okay. See, that was okay. That was Forge in the Valley. Let's check the plains. Yeah, see back there. You saw some of the freaky, like the one we have. Those over there, those are bush bubs. They're like they're kind of turtles, but with like bushes on their backs. And then the little purple one, that's a hop eye. That hence Optimus Prime. Let's go and grab that. More loot. Yeah, we're basically just looking for our guy, wherever he might have ran off to. If he is in fact still a going concern, as the business types say. And I am. I'm not seeing him. Let's we can try one more time. Okay, so we'll try the only other option. We'll just explore nearby. Or wait, no, could they be in the swamp? I'm not sure. I don't know. Well, I guess the thing is, I've never seen them in the swamp, so I don't know if they'd actually be there or not. But I guess we can check. Because they've showed up here before, but I don't... Yeah, we might just have to admit we're out of luck here. Okay, last one. And you know, I'm not even going to bother with the loot. We're just going to run through here. If we see him, awesome. And if not, well, we'll just... I guess that means they are in fact actually dead. And that is, well, super duper bad. Oh yeah, that thing there is a manticore. It is every bit as nasty as it looks, and then some. Okay. I don't see them anywhere in any of the biomes available to us. I think we're just out of luck. Well, oh well, so much for that. Okay, so here's what we're gonna do instead. Because we know there is a. Oh, wait, no, we need to do. No. We could do lookout duty, but no, if we're gonna do lookout duty, it needs to be next. It needs to be in glow, but we're not going to do that because multiple times the game has told us you need to go out during glow for something. Don't know what, but something. Okay, so let's do this. We're gonna do assist in medbay. Let's see if we can get up to 66 empathy and see what that breakpoint is, and then we'll just have to call it good there. Okay. You report for your first shift as Dr. Ince's nursing assistant. Is this what they were supposed to be the literal doctor for the colony? All the colony's medical needs were supposed to be covered by the med beds, and then eventually with trained medical professionals from your generation. With the growing number of wounded and sick, it's pulling Ince's attention away from her actual work at the lab, hence why she needs the help. I'm a doctor, not a physician, Instance grumbles as she swipes through her holopalm to give you access to the med-based systems. I can study the local xenofauna so it stops killing us, or I can treat burns and upset tummies. I can't do both. There, she says as the half mix in your holopalm pulse. You should have access. Now don't bother me for anything less than a cranial bleed. It's a med bed, not a jar of leeches. Just follow the instructions and push the right buttons. You need something? Ask Congruous. Congruous, that's the our colony's AI, beams at you from her holo monitor. Can you handle that? I can handle anything. That's the spirit, Congruous chirps. It's you and me. High five. You gently bonk Congruous's panel with your open palm, and she laughs. Okay. No patients today, so we're brushing up on first aid training. Okay. And now this is one of the other main aspects of the game is that for each activity you do each month, you also have an in-game card challenge. And the way it's set up is you have a score to meet, and you have cards in your deck, and if you fail, you don't get the bonus, or sometimes there'll be negative consequences. And if you succeed, you get the stat bonuses to the thing you're working in. In this case, it would be biology. And they also can help progress and unlock new parts of the story. And if you're not careful, like me, your deck can grow to be rather large. So this is also an illustration as to why I am terrible at deck builders, because I'm prone to deck bloat. Okay, so we're going to put all of our blue cards in here. There we go. You got a lurk, Genie? Okay, no problem. Yeah, we're going to be wrapping up here basically as soon as once the game finishes. But thank you so much for the raid, Judy. Appreciate you coming by, and yeah, have a good one, and appreciate you trusting me with your community. There you go. And so we cleared that one, so that gives us more points in biology as well as empathy. A little short. Oh, we're one short of the break point. Gosh darn it. And that also gives you money for some jobs you do, and then you also get stress. And then stress management is one of the biggest aspects of the game, because it basically limits what you can do and how much. Oh, and so this is Glow. This is the season when most everything shuts down, and we have to brace for a visit from our friends, the local xenofauna. And it is also very pretty, as you can see. We're just going to give out one last round of gifts. But yeah, most the intelligent, the well-adjusted people, they all run off. Now, okay, I am definitely going to save. Now, the normal thing to do would be to prepare for the assault, but again, we have been told multiple times. Here we go. So because we are brave, and we have been Not so suddenly told to do it, we're going to sneak out to explore glow. No, no, okay, so I guess we gotta, whatever this is, we need to do it real quick. Okay. No one is outside the colony during glow, so if you stay out of the lookout to the sites, there will be nobody to catch you. It also means you're alone out here. If you get in trouble, it is going to be big trouble. You hope you know what you're doing. The familiar is unfamiliar during glow. The sky is dark, except for the eerie light of the wormhole, seeing so much closer than it usually is. And the gloom makes the shadows deeper and more mysterious. It's so hauntingly quiet that you can even hear these movements of animals, the beat of soft wings, a woof of something in the distance. What is that curious sound? It's just a dwarf's moth taking flight. Its usually dull plumage is an iridescent rainbow, glowing warmly in the dark of glow. It slowly glides through mushroom trees. You've been taught to be terrified of glow season since you landed here, that there were monsters out here, circling the colony and attacking anything they saw, but it's so much more serene than you were expecting. Maybe they were wrong, or lying to you? Okay. Area does huge circles of glowing mushrooms, each one nearly a meter in diameter. The bare grass in the center of the circles looks remarkably lush. So we can take a closer look because our perception is 80 or greater. That is quite a lot. You crouch down to analyze the mushrooms. It's a species you don't recognize, but your hollow palm reports that they live most of the year underground and only pop up during glow season. This close, you notice the entire area is under the circle is sunken, and the grass has been flattened, almost like a footprint. But what would be big enough to make this? You decide not to wait around to find out. Wisely so, I think. You're amazed at how peaceful it is out here. It's not what you expected. You stand out of sight of the watchtowers and slip between the mush trees. It's eerily silent, as if the forest is holding its breath in anticipation. It really is pretty out here, with all the plants and animals glowing, especially the wormhole filling the sky above you, so you can gaze at it, get timey-wimey wormhole stuff, which looks like pretty useful, admire the flora in detail, or watch where you're walking. No, gaze up at the wormhole. That's like a cool card. And it gives us stress. Oh. Okay. It's so big you make it feel dizzy and end up stumbling over a bit over a gnarled root. Ouch. While you're lying on your back in pain, you're still transfixed by the wormhole. It's dark against a dark sky, but as it moves, it shimmers with a million colors churning in slow, fluid motion around the perfectly black hole in the center. Wow. Though you can't see it, you've been told the wormhole high above is shining with ultraviolet light. It's invisible to the human eye, but absorbed and re-emitted as visible light by the flora and fauna around you. Your hollow palm calls it a black light, and says people on Earth used to use similar, much more concentrated light as a decoration. Even your clothing glows faintly. Wow. So during the glow, the planet gets closer to it? I think so? I think that's the case for Rec. I'm not 100% sure. And yeah, that was a pretty clear Doctor Who reference with the wormhole, timey-wimey wormhole stuff. Okay. You come to a dense part of the path where the gnarlwood surrounds you and blocks out the sky and the wormhole above. Long threads that look like hairs are hanging down from the trees. Strange, you never see this during the rest of the year. You'll have to go through them, but take a closer look. The strands are sticky like a spider's web. So sticky and thick, in fact, that you'd be caught if you tried to push your way through them. So we can cut our way through them, or better not them. Cut. Your skill with a plas cutter comes in handy, as you're able to cut a human-sized hole through the skears without accidentally getting them all over yourself. Seriously, this stuff is like super glue, and the strands are extremely tough. You get a small piece in your pants and are pretty sure it's never coming off. Okay, our stress is ticking up, and I'm not thrilled by that. I am assured in case there's something else out here that we should be we should be looking out for / waiting for. Oh. Okay. There was mention of a ridge that we should be something taking place on a ridge. This is very much a ridge. Okay. You climb up to a plateau ringed with gnarlwood trees. The view is fantastic. You can see the entire valley on this side of the colony here. You have a curious sense of remembering this place. Not from your dreams, but no, from a vision you had deep under a strange pyramid. Something important will happen here, but not yet. Take some photographs, I guess? Okay. It's just so beautiful out here. Too bad you can't share these without raising suspicions. Nobody is allowed out outside colony during glow. Nobody. If you were hurt, and Utopia on the other side had come to rescue and got hurt themselves, well, there's good reason not to make anyone worry. You'll just have to treasure the memory of this beautiful place. Is that it? Okay. Oh, Dizzle. Okay, so we were. Okay, there was a manticore that got trapped. We released it. So we watch it. So try to without endangering yourself. I was drinking for a long time. Oh, it slips on into a nap. You feel irresistible urge to do the same. Fall into a trance, then something bizarre happens. A massive shadow drifts into the lumberyard, coming between you and the creature. You have the sense of an immense presence, something massive but graceful. You're not quite sure if you're dreaming, but you feel rooted to the spot, and unnaturally calm. It's as if you've been drugged. The shadow stays a while, observing you curiously. Then it drifts away again. You blink, coming out of your trance. What just happened? Did you fall asleep? You look back over the machinery and realize that the trapped eye beast is gone. You aren't sure if you should feel relieved or terrified. Was it freed? Or eaten? But you decide to get the heck away from this place now, and ask questions later. Okay, so now we can choose from 3 cards for relaxing, which is nice, but a little late. Hang on, okay. So, that was a manticore we just dealt with, which brought that thing about. There's another manticore over here. What's this? Okay. Oppressively dark. We use our flashlight, hollow palm as a flashlight. And a manticore. Oh boy. This manticore is the deadly killer of the colony's cautionary tales. Actually, it looks terrified. It backs up against a tree, cowering, his eyes rolling in panic. You say, boo. I don't know that I would understand, boo. You can keep your light on it, or go back and leave it alone. Keep your light on it? You're too scared to move your light away, convinced it will pounce under cover of darkness. You try to hold your light steady, but you're shaking. So is the manticore. Then you realize it isn't even looking at you. It's staring into the forest to the right. You slowly grasp that the manticore isn't scared of you, it's scared of something else. It suddenly screeches in fear and bolts off to the left. You hear something absolutely enormous moving in the trees off to the right, where the manticore was staring. It's a deep, grinding sound, like ancient trees rubbing together in the wind, except there's no wind. You turn off your flashlight and hold your breath. You hear a single loud thump, then stillness again. You wait a full 20 minutes in complete silence. Gradually the noise will return. Whatever it was seems to have moved on. Okay. Oh, oh, oh. Um, okay. Well, that thing right there is a faceless. One of those things, actually, multiple of those things have come through absolutely wrecking our colony. Well, we did save before doing this, so if something terrible happens, we can just bug out and retry. Your explorations lead you steadily upward until you find yourself on a plateau overlooking the valley. The colony is a dark little smudge below, a break in the magnificent natural luminescence of glow. From up here, the wormhole feels so close you can touch it. You're not alone. Your heart leaps into your throat as you spot it, a silhouette of dark on dark under the eerie light of the wormhole. A faceless. Run no more than the guards, leave quietly, or, because we're brave enough, stay to watch. Atop this high plateau ringed by gnarlwood trees, the massive creature stands, staring at the sky. As you watch, mesmerized, some of his swaying tentacles open up, and a glowing dust oozes from them, rising like smoke into the night. Then, it's gone? The whole entire faceless just vanished in the blink of an eye. Or did you imagine it? You rub your face, easily the sudden tension that has sprung up behind your eyeballs. Um, we have to check it out, right? There are footsteps here. Giant footsteps. Each ringed with mushrooms pushed up from the moist soil by the weight of the beast. You gingerly realize you're standing in the middle of one. The faceless, if indeed one was standing here earlier, could crush you flat as the grass beneath your feet. You find other signs of it. Trees that have been knocked down in a circular pattern here, and the bushes and grasses have been pushed up into one big mound, leaving the rest of the plateau clear. You remember this place now, from your visions, from under the pyramid and the resting ridges, and from long before that. You feel as if you've always known something important will happen here. Soon. How soon? Should we wait? You stare up at the wormhole, immense in the sky above, just as you remember doing in your vision. You wait. Okay, well, thankfully, we are calm enough to where we can manage just fine. We continue to wait. And wait. You wait. You yawn and check your holopalm. It's hard to keep track of time during glow, but it's getting late. You look around, but nothing has changed. The trees are perfectly still. We continue waiting. The wormhole seems especially huge now. Was it always so big? You imagine you can see whole galaxies into his slowly spinning arms, tiny flecks of rainbow light being sucked into the black hole in the center. But it's so much closer than a galaxy, so close it could swallow you and all of Vertumna in its hungry, ethereal maw. We wait some more. How much waiting we gonna do, game? Oh, here we go. You've always been waiting. You will always be waiting, staring up at the wormhole, being sucked into its depths. A shadow falls over you. Look at the shadow. You slowly lower your gaze from where you've been staring at the wormhole for hours, your neck stiff and sore. Straight ahead of you, what you earlier thought was just a shadow of the tree, is the faceless. It was there all along, watching you. It takes a heavy step forward, then another. It moves gently, its feet sinking into the soft ground, and pushing up phosphorescent fungi from below to explode to the surface in rings of jubilant light. You don't move as it approaches. It took all your energy to look away from the wormhole, but you're still completely spellbound. The faceless looms over you, big as a building. Its zippered neck gapes grotesquely, then its tentacles wave gently through the air, tasting it, feeling it, smelling you. The ends of the two tentacles open, and that strange glowing mist floats up from them. It leans down. It envelops you in its tentacles. Each as large as you are, you breathe in its spores. Under the eternal night sky of glow. The wormhole seems to swallow you both whole, and the entire planet, and an infinite number of universes besides. You feel a beckoning within you, a curious tug somewhere in your ribcage, a yearning you can't describe. How are these for options? Resist infinity, or embrace it, parentheses, the end. I mean, if we have the power of safes coming on our side, why would we not? Achievement unlocked. The Paradox. So, this is how it all began. Transcended time. Which, I guess, is a thing we did? When you were very young, you had vivid dreams of things you'd never experienced. Dirt under your feet, skies overhead, endless jungles of strange animals. Now you know why. Excuse me. The moment of time, you, on the plateau, drawing in the wild faceless mind-altering spores and pulsing wormhole above. This moment cascades backwards and forwards through all time and space, through all of your lives. It's what binds you to those other lives and gives you glimpses of them in dreams. This moment. It's infinite. You are, in this moment, connected to all your other moments, what has been and what will be, what could be and never or will never be. Some scraps slip through the web and touch all the other you out there. You. All the you that could have been or could be are forever changed. To your friends in the colony, it may appear that you've fallen into a coma from which you'll never wake, but your consciousness is free. In that infinite moment, to visit all lives and possibilities at once, you have transcended. In the moment of your death, as your brain cells fizzle out one by one and shut down forever, a vision swims in your mind's eye. Is that a person? They seem so familiar. You feel like you know them so well. Oh, it's you, only ancient. His arms are covered with so many data bands, so many lifetimes of knowledge. The ancient you speaks without moving his mouth, not in words, but in something like pictures. Still, you understand. Look at you. I mean, us. He shakes his data bands with good humor. I suppose that explains how we got here. Then he frowns. It does get boring, though, doesn't it? Knowing everything at once? I mean, I understand if you want to go back to how things were. He looks over your shoulder, into a distance you cannot see. Back when it was simple, when we only caught glimpses of the time web. Oh, to be a baby again. Just a simple, naive child. So, I lived my best life, but could have done better. Or, well, I tried. I feel like we could have done better. We've been a good keeper to our friends and family, haven't we? We're no stranger to death, but it's still good to cheat it every once in a while, isn't it? Every once in a while, maybe. We have a chance to take another path, to change the way our life turned out. He reaches out a hand. Come with me. Okay, well, that is credits. Well, nice. They even got their respective social medias and links here. And you can scroll as well. Very nice. You know, game opens, low save menu. Okay. Okay, well that's that. And so that is, yeah, that is one of 29 different endings. But yeah, we're not going to go out like that, though. So, but now here's the thing. Because I believe, no, if we load the gallery, oh yeah, these other artwork we have unlocked along the way. We have that there for us, just whenever we want it. Now, instead, we're going to finish this out. We're going to turn 20, and we're going to finish the game properly, or so to speak. Then we're going to do lookout duty. We're going to do one last card challenge. There we go, and we do not care in the slightest. Knowing the attack is coming, as it always comes in glow, does nothing to calm your nerves. You and the other defenders are well prepared, but the tensions are high. The attacks have been getting worse every year. How many of these brave people at your side will survive until tomorrow? You're there when you see them, dark on dark shapes coming out of the forest, perfectly silent. You watch with the lookouts as more and more figures amass at the forest edge. Minutes pass as the horde pushes into the firebreak, numbering at least in the thousands, more animals than you've ever seen in one place. The ground is choked with a teeming carpet of smaller creatures, darting in and among the legs of... No. Oh no. The forest bends as a faceless emerges from the depths, followed by two more. The moon on the walls is discouraged. One faceless destroyed your colony. Two faces required an irresponsible number of explosives to take down. How are you supposed to be able to handle three? We fight. Survival is your only goal. It's what humans, it's what all living creatures do. The wave of attackers rolls over the firebreak, crashing against the walls. Flying creatures scream overhead, and the sound of plasma rifle fire fills the air. No, we can't do more explosives. Our dipshit previous governor used them all at once and didn't tell anyone. As you rush toward the garrison to join the squads, as you run, you notice. So so as it turns out, the colony is well defended. 130% defended, apparently. As you run, you take pride in how swiftly the defenders have rallied to protect the colony. After 9 years, it really feels like you have a handle on how to defend against these animal attacks. The effort everyone's putting into shoring up your defenses hasn't gone to waste. The battle is definitely going in your favor. You're descending from the walls when you're thrown to the ground by a tremendous rumble. A few meters in front of you, something tunnels toward you through the mud. You have the impression of something long and dark that cuts through the ground like a shark through water. You scramble to your feet, but it cuts off your path, forcing you towards the geoponics outbuilding. It's a storage shed, mostly empty besides bales of hay used as float cow feed. It's dimly lit, but you think you see another door at the far end. The creature advances, throwing up rocks and chunks of dirt as it tunnels closer. Fight! Okay, 99. That's as hard as it gets. I've never seen it go up to triple digits, so yeah. Yeah, I guess we'll just do with this what we can. That already is +1. Well, we can. Alternatively, we can get this out of our hand now. Play that in that. It's not great. Although we could turn them both red. That would help. No, we can turn that red at least. Yeah, it's fine. Okay. We have gems. We have no. All right, that's fine. Do we have a... Well, we don't have a 6 yet, but no, I think that's gonna set those to 4. Well, that's not necessarily bad. Okay, we need 33 off this round, and it looks like we're gonna be just fine. So play that, that becomes a 7. Yes, fine. We win. We don't. We just need to win. We just need to not die, basically. Yeah, kudos mean absolutely nothing to us now. You back into the doorway and wait for the monster to emerge. As it rears up and thrusts a long black snout out of the ground, you dispatch it with 2 quick shots from your plasma rifle, like you've been trained. Before you even have time to be relieved, you spot a second one tunneling toward you. You take another step back into the storehouse and feel heat. The building's on fire. Oh, okay, and we've gained injured, which is bad. Physical skill increase reduced. Okay, we don't care. The dry thatch roof quickly ignites and rains flaming debris down on your head, filling the room with toxic smoke. The ashy heat is intense. You can feel it ripping through the moisture from your lungs with every breath. You rush for the rear door, but the fire moves so fast. You're trapped as a roof beam collapses in front of you. You hear a cracking noise, and then just pain and a noise like a bell. The world goes dark. What, again? You awake to chaos, the confusion of light and heat and smoke. Fire! Okay, we've gone full circle. This is where we ended up. No, this is where we started the whole thing. And yes, you're right. We have transcended both time and the need for kudos. Your head is pounding. You must have hit it and blacked out, but you aren't sure how you got here, or what on Vertumna is happening. There's something important you need to remember. Your stomach lurches as the floor crumbles beneath your feet, then collapses. Your body aches, and your eyes burn from the smoke. A friend appears through the flames. It's your friend! Your friend? Wait, why can't you remember her name? She's gesturing and shouting at you, but all you hear is a ringing in your ears. I mean, we're going to climb out, but our legs aren't going to cooperate. You try to stand up, but one of your legs folds uselessly beneath you. It won't hold your weight. Wow, didn't see that coming. Your friend pulls you out of the rubble. She throws your arm over her shoulder and half drags you toward the door. Through it, you see a deep, eerie twilight, dark blue and cold against the heat of the fire around you. Glow season. Glowing eyes. You shake your head to clear your vision. Is that some kind of dog? Like from Earth? Doggo! Wait, hold on. See? See? Okay, this is what I'm talking about. When you... These are the kind of notifications you get when something from a past life comes up in your current one. So, in this case, it's from it's from basically from when we started this run. So you remember this from another life. Also, thank you for the hydrate there, Rubeck. Not a dog, not a dog, a monster. It's about to end your life, and probably Nem's too. She tightens her grip on you. But we have all these, so we can shield Nem with persuasion. Not sure how that works. We have you prepared for this earlier with biology, or dodge and fight it. Well, okay, if we're messed up as we seem, I don't know how good we're going to be able to fight. But let's say we prepared for this earlier because we are remembering this from a past life. You've remembered this day for many years. The choking heat of the fire, the dog creature's dead yellow eyes haunting your dreams. You've prepared for it. Specifically, You installed an armed freeze trap right where you knew the animal would be standing when it transformed into a towering horror. As it does, you trigger the detonator. The trap sucks inward, drawing all the heat from its surroundings. The monster's feet are frozen to the floor as it instantly crystallizes, becoming an ice statue. Nem doesn't stop to wonder how this happened. She gives the statue a solid kick, and it shatters into a million fragments. You emerge from the inferno of the shed, burned and concussed, but alive. Anemone smiles. It's good to be alive. You have your wounds treated in the med bay. Other soldiers there are in much worse shape, but at least the battle is over. Your defenses held through the largest attack to date, with no casualties at all. The colony really came together to push back the Xenos once again. You feel a certain amount of pride for your part in it. Someday you'll find a way to beat these monsters, once and for all. But for now, you're just happy you survived to live for another day. And that day is... your birthday! By the time you've recovered, the suns have returned. It's your 20th birthday. You're a fully fledged adult now, though in many ways you already were, and have been for a long time. You and your friends step out to greet the new day and start the rest of your life on Vertumna. The end. So, you've reached your 20th birthday. I am a lawyer? How does that work? Building a colony doesn't mean you just erect walls and plow fields. You need to come up with an entire way of governance that ensures peace for centuries to come. Basically, you're a bureaucrat. You help draft the colony's constitution, ease the transition to a democratically elected council, and manage the rules surrounding elections, so we can be the first judge or an opposition leader. I guess we're going to be a judge. As the colony grows, fewer conflicts can be resolved simply by talking to the governor. You take on that role instead, becoming known as a thoughtful and empathetic arbiter. In your later years, once the colony has grown big enough to need it, you develop Vertumna's justice system. As was the hope of the Vertumna group as you left Earth, you focus on rehabilitation and restorative justice. But what about... Chief Engineer Tangent has a nice ring to it. It always seemed like Tangent's life was laid out for her. Work hard, discover amazing things, and eventually replace Instance as Chief Engineer. However, after only a year on the council, Tangent surprises everyone by stepping down. She says that she simply doesn't have time to run engineering and do her research. But you know the truth. She doesn't like to be used. Like Instance was. Her brush with genocide made her realize she needed to think more about the repercussions of her actions. Instead, she contents herself with being a regular researcher, quietly pushing the boundaries of medical science and having a hand in every major discovery. She trains up new researchers in every discipline, passing on everything she learned from Instance and everything since. It's an unremarkable life for someone as impossibly promising as Tangent, but she seems happy. She smiles more often and has more time to spend with you, and gets more than enough sleep every night. Well, that's progress. You and Tangent continue to date for a while, but ultimately your partnership fizzles out. A dramatic breakup isn't Tangent's style, but she does dump you pretty unceremoniously, claiming she simply doesn't have the attention span to spare romantic entanglements. Well, shit. Her love life remains fairly private, though she's not as frigid as she's always claimed. You've heard from the colony gossip that she carries on with a string of casual relationships, mostly with other scientists, mostly women. She donates genetic material to a number of children, but doesn't choose to raise any of her own. She's quite picky about their genetic enhancements, obsessing over any markers of anxiety or depression that run in her family. But ultimately, her children grow up healthy and in loving families, far removed from Tong's own childhood. It's a bittersweet reminder for her. Tangent lives and dies in the shadow of what she almost caused to happen on Vertumna. Knowing that she almost killed every living thing on the planet weighs heavily on her for the rest of her days. Unfortunately, even with her genetic alteration, the human body was not made to withstand long periods without sleep, and Tangent's willful negligence in taking care of herself certainly doesn't help. She develops a heart condition in her early 60s that outpaces the healing capacity of the bedbeds, and eventually takes her life. Well, double shit. Cal grew up, never lost his boyish charm. Cal becomes chief cultivator. Makes sense. Cal and Tammy formalize their relationship after a few years. Before the colony, they say their intentions to live together, loving and caring for each other. Echinacea is the first of many children they raised together. Makes sense. They have a tiny simple little children, and it's the only tiny thing about them. Their children grow up digging in the dirt, eating bugs, nearly getting mauled by farm equipment, and having a great time being kids. Cal dotes on every one of them, as he does Tammy. And Cal gets killed in his 50s while defending Geoponus during an attack. Well, that sucks. Your buddy Rex grows from good boy to good man. Continues to work hard on the bar, which we never got to see. He gets a reputation for being a matchmaker. In a small colony, there aren't a lot of romantic options, but Rex has a good eye for figuring out who would be a good match together. Giving Rex a kiss for luck becomes a good tradition, a tradition among those looking for love. And if those people find something a little more temporary than love with Rex, that's their business. He enjoys a string of lovers. He is consecutive in his affections. He loves having kids, contributes a few of his own. Rex always seems abundantly happy with his lot in life, like crashing on Vertumna was the best thing that could have happened to him. It's remarkable that the heliopause could have made someone like him, but you're glad it did. Okay, oh, Deese. Deese keeps exploring. Never fights on the right side of the colony authority, but he's the best surveyor. Utopia defends him. Who's he meeting? Probably the gardeners. Deese grows to resent the colony more and more every year. He leaves and never comes back. Not surprising, really. Tammy, as we said, we knew Tammy. She hooks up with Cal. They have 4 kids. That's a lot of work, Tammy. Tammy becomes an advocate for the communal raising of children, just as you yourselves were raised. The Helios resist. Which does something with the hippie nonsense, but as the colony grows, so does her influence over the next generation. And Auntie Anne stays on the chief steward well into her 90s. Tammy takes over the creche. That makes sense. And then Mars, that's Governor Marzipan to you. Mars learns from her flirtation with capitalism and, true to her word, abandons her plan to turn kudos into a true currency. She wants to raise everyone's standard of living together, not create a luxurious nouveau riche on Vertumna. Okay, good. Invests heavily in arts and culture, insisting that artisans should be supported as a scientist and a soldier. Controversial, but it's important to her, and it keeps the colony's spirits high. Unfortunately, after spending heavy attacks, the pressure to increase defense spending is too great. Voted out after over a decade as governor, and as soldiers voted in her place. Well, that was predictable, I suppose. Mars, as a string of lovers, Tangent, Utopia, Rex again. Everyone wants her, nobody can cage her. Well, has one child just for the novelty. Yeah, lots of reading. This is, I'm gonna need a bit. Are we gonna go through everyone? Do I have to find out about heckin' Face? Okay, your brief time with the mysterious gardener named Sim changed you forever. He changed the way you saw the planet Vertumna, the way you saw your own people. For many years, you imagine you see Sim out there. Each time you think you hear his gentle laughter, it's as if he's still out there somewhere watching over you, his special human. Your parents work hard every day to see their pioneer dreams come true. Facing the colony a massive job, but they tackle it together. Every year is hindered by the attacks that seem to target geoponics specifically, but they never give up. The strain ages them prematurely. Your mom dies of a heart attack too young, and your dad limps forward another decade before it claims him too. They'll always be with you, in the ground you walk on, in the trees who give you shade, and in the cycle of life that sustains you. Man, this is a Breakfast Club close to Okay, God, we're doing our pets too? Come, come on! I want to stop. The days turn to months, eventually becoming years, and then decades. Before you know it, you're old. Gee, thanks, game. With your strong defenses, the colony becomes a fortress against the untamed wilds of Vertumna. The expansion is slow and difficult, but the hunting squads keep the local xenofauna down. You start a second colony a few hundred clicks away, and humanity begins to get a real foothold on the planet. Gone are the days when you worry that humanity will be wiped off the map for good, but it's still far from the utopian paradise you were promised. You wait 30 years, but the fleet from Earth never comes. Your gambit was successful. You always keep the secret of the invading force that never was. Eventually death comes to you, as it does to everyone. Okay, same text. Oh hi, you again. I still think we could have done better. Okay, well there we are. Credits again. All these people have families and whatnot. Okay, here's what we're gonna do. We're gonna start our new life. We're gonna save and we're gonna stop because I do still want to come back to this. Oh, here we go. Oh, the hills aren't barren anymore. We have Tangent and we have Cal. Okay, well these were the two we got to 100 friendship. Okay, new priority for next time. Get more people to 100 friendship, and then we can have them hanging out here with us. And see what. So we, yeah, we have unlocked the lawyer ending. Honestly, not what I was expecting. Especially since our social skills were like the lowest we had. We maxed out all the blue skills and almost all of the red ones. But hey, yes, life takes some mysterious turns, huh? Okay, well, let's see. No, lawyer was yellow. That was our persuasion. Blue was like the science. There was biology, engineering, reasoning, and organization. I know we were wearing blue, but like the persuasion was yellow. It, unless it's a, unless it's a mix of unless it's a mix of attributes, which could also be the case. I know. Anyway, we're gonna leave it there. It's almost 3 a.m. I gotta work tomorrow. But man, I was a teenage exocolonist. That was a lot of fun, a lot of reading, a lot of voice acting, but a lot of fun. And I am really happy to have seen this and then got to play around with it some. And we will come back to it eventually, but we have games that we unlocked during the charity stream that we need to play. And so that's going to be what we do next. But that will have to be next week. For now, thank you all so much for being here. Big thanks to Rec and Fishman for hanging out. And then big thanks to Juniper for being here and for the raid. Really appreciate that. And then also thanks to Lenia Siren for the follow and Yo Maru for coming through with the raid as well. And thank you to the lurkers. You folks, I appreciate you all in whatever form you decide to take in the stream, whether you want to chat or you don't. And as we always do when we wrap up here, let's find someone to raid. I'm curious to see who is still on at this hour. Well, actually, probably more people because it's later. Oh, Necromandria is on doing her Sunday Sabbath, doing what looks to be it says makers and crafting. Interesting. Well, Okay, so we're gonna go raid Necromandria. You know, if you've been here for these playthroughs, you know her. You know her. She's been here, and we've rated her before as well. She's a red streamer, plays lots of horror games. She works in horror. But we're going to go rate her up, and then we'll come back on Thursday with our usual schedule, probably more long dark. So, folks, thank you all so much for being here. Have a great rest of your weekend, and we will see you next time. Bye for now.